Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. The pale yellow walls of apartment 4B had seen 17 different tenants come and go over the past decade. Located on the third floor of a converted Victorian home on Maple Street, the apartment was neither remarkable nor forgettable. 800 square feet of ordinary living space with crown molding that hinted at a more elegant past. The listing had remained on the rental market for 13 months before Eliza Morgan signed the lease in late October. The property manager had seemed oddly relieved to hand over the keys, mentioning something about maintenance issues that had finally been resolved. Eliza found comfort in the apartment's worn wooden floors and slightly crooked door frames. A 32-year-old librarian with a collection of vintage mystery novels, she appreciated spaces with character. The rent was surprisingly affordable for the historic Westwood district, a fact she attributed to the building's age and the occasional draft that whispered through the windows on windy nights. The first week passed without incident. Eliza arranged her books alphabetically on the built-in shelves, placed her grandmother's ceramic cats on the windowsill, and hung soft, gauzy curtains that diffused the afternoon light into a gentle glow. She felt at home almost immediately, finding peace in the quiet creak of the floorboards beneath her slippered feet each morning. It was during her second week that Eliza began noticing small inconsistencies in her daily routine. A half-eaten container of blueberry yogurt she didn't remember opening, her favorite mug found in the sink rather than on the drying rack where she always placed it, the bathroom towel slightly damp when she returned from work, though she'd left it completely dry that morning. Must be stress from the new job, she told herself, running her fingers along the spines of her mystery novels. As someone who spent her days cataloging and organizing, these small disruptions to her carefully ordered world felt particularly unsettling. On the 17th night in her new home, Eliza woke at 3:14 a.m. to the sound of gentle footsteps overhead, a soft, shuffling pattern that seemed to follow an invisible path across what she knew to be the building's small attic space. The rhythm was distinctly human, heel to toe moving with purposeful deliberation rather than the scurrying of rodents or the random settling of an old building. She laid perfectly still beneath her quilt, ears straining in the darkness, wondering if the sound existed only in her imagination or perhaps in that liminal space between dreaming and waking. But as the footsteps continued their measured pace, Eliza became certain of their reality. Someone or something was moving in the space above her bedroom. Morning arrived with streaks of pale sunlight across Eliza's hardwood floor. She had eventually fallen back asleep, exhaustion overcoming her unease around 5 a.m. Now, fully awake and with the rational clarity that daylight brings, she decided to investigate what she had heard. The building's superintendent, Mr. Keller, had mentioned during her move in that additional storage space was available in the attic, though Eliza had declined the offer, having few possessions that required storing. Standing in her hallway, Eliza noticed for the first time a rectangular outline on the ceiling approximately 3 feet by 3 feet that she had previously assumed was a patch from an old repair. Looking more closely, she could now see the faint seam of a trapdoor, and more concerning still was the fact that it wasn't fully closed. A half-inch gap revealed shadow beyond. Detective Laura Simmons had investigated many cases during her 15 years with the Westwood Police Department, but the call from Maple Street stood out from the moment it came across her desk. The landlord, a nervous man named Howard Jenkins, had contacted police after his tenant discovered something unexpected in the attic of his rental property. "We're going to need to take a full statement," Detective Simmons said, her voice carrying the measured calm that had become her trademark over years of interviewing witnesses and suspects alike. She sat across from Eliza Morgan in the apartment's small living room, a digital recorder placed on the coffee table between them. Outside, forensic technicians moved with practiced efficiency through the attic space, cataloging evidence with methodical precision. "When exactly did you first notice items being moved in your apartment?" Simmons asked, her pen poised above a small leather-bound notebook. The detective's eyes, a deep brown that appeared almost black in certain light, remained focused on Eliza's face, watching for the subtle tells that often revealed more than words. "About 5 days after I moved in," Eliza replied, fingers nervously tracing the pattern on her teacup. "Just small things at first, food disappearing faster than I could have eaten it, items not being exactly where I left them." Detective Simmons nodded, making a note before asking, "And when did you first hear the footsteps in the attic?" "Last night. It woke me up at exactly 3:14 in the morning. I checked my phone when it happened." Eliza paused, her voice dropping slightly. "I thought I was imagining things, but then this morning I found the attic access slightly open." What the police discovered in the attic space of 4B Maple Street would later become the focus of a comprehensive investigation that spanned back over 14 months precisely, the amount of time the apartment had remained vacant before Eliza Morgan signed her lease. The attic, with its sloped ceiling and unfinished floor, contained evidence of long-term habitation. A sleeping bag had been carefully arranged in the corner furthest from the trapdoor. A plastic bin contained neatly folded clothes. A camping lantern sat beside several books, all borrowed from the Westwood Public Library where Eliza worked. Most disturbing of all was the small opening that had been created in the attic floor, hidden beneath a storage box, a perfectly positioned peephole into Eliza's bathroom. The forensic team discovered fingerprints throughout the space that would eventually match those of Daniel Whitaker, a former maintenance worker for the building who had been dismissed 14 months earlier after tenants reported missing items. Property records revealed that the apartment had not truly been vacant during the past year. 3 different tenants had moved in and quickly moved out, each reporting strange occurrences that the landlord had dismissed as imagination or, at worst, minor break-ins from outside. "He never actually moved out," Detective Simmons explained to a visibly shaken Eliza 3 days later. After being fired, Whitaker simply moved into the attic spaces. He had master keys from his employment and knowledge of when units would be empty. "We believe he's been living in various attics throughout the building, moving between them as apartments became occupied or vacant." The investigation would eventually uncover similar evidence in 2 other units within the building. Whitaker had created an invisible residence for himself in the forgotten spaces above his former workplace, becoming a ghost that drifted between the ceiling and floor of other people's lives. When police finally apprehended Daniel Whitaker at a bus station 40 miles outside of Westwood, he offered no resistance. His only possession was a backpack containing 3 library books, all checked out under Eliza Morgan's name, and a small notebook filled with detailed observations of her daily routine. "I just needed a place to stay," he told Detective Simmons during his initial interview, his voice soft and matter-of-fact. "No one looks up. No one ever looks up." Eliza Morgan did not renew her lease at 4B Maple Street. She moved across town into a single-story apartment with no attic space, but the experience left her with a persistent habit, one that her friends noticed but rarely commented on. Wherever she entered a room, her eyes would instinctively drift upward, scanning the ceiling for signs of trapdoors or access panels, searching for evidence of unseen presences in the spaces above. And sometimes, in the deepest hours of night, she would still wake at exactly 3:14 a.m., her body responding to a remembered rhythm of footsteps that no longer existed, but somehow continued to echo through her dreams, heel to toe, moving with quiet determination across an invisible pathway overhead. Story 2. The evening air in Oak Ridge carried the sweet scent of freshly cut grass and barbecue smoke when the Mercer family was last seen. A Tuesday in late September, unremarkable in every way, save for what would follow. The neighbors would later recall how Thomas Mercer had waved from across his neatly trimmed lawn, how his wife Sarah had been hanging decorative lights along their porch railing, preparing for the fall season that was settling over their quiet suburban street. Their two children, Emma, 12, and Liam, 8, had been chasing each other through the sprinkler's fading arc as twilight approached. By Wednesday morning, they were gone. Detective Elaine Foster stood in the Mercer's kitchen, her weathered notebook open in her palm. The silence enveloping the house felt unnatural. Houses are never truly silent. They speak through creaking floorboards, humming appliances, the subtle symphony of life contained within walls. But this silence was different. It was the silence of sudden absence. The door was open when you arrived. Her voice was calm, practiced, as she addressed the neighbor who had called it in. Mrs. Denholm, a retired school teacher who had lived next door to the Mercers for 5 years, nodded slowly, her fingers twisted around the strap of her purse. I noticed it around 7 this morning. I thought maybe they were loading up for a trip, but their cars are still in the garage. Then I saw the door just standing open. I called out, but nobody answered. Foster's gaze drifted across the kitchen. 4 dinner plates remained on the table, pasta still clinging to their surfaces, now dry and hardened. 4 half-empty water glasses formed a perfect square around a centerpiece of artificial autumn leaves. 1 chair was tipped backward, as if someone had stood up in a hurry, not knocked over, just pushed back. And there, held in place by a strawberry-shaped magnet on the refrigerator door, was the note. 7 words written in blue ink on yellow paper. We had to go, don't look for us. The handwriting matched Sarah Mercer's. That much was easily confirmed by comparing it to the family calendar hanging nearby. Foster copied the message word for word into her notebook, then carefully photographed it in place. The lack of urgency in the penmanship was perhaps the most unsettling detail. No jagged lines or pressed too hard points to suggest fear or coercion, just a steady hand delivering a message. Was there anything unusual about the family recently? Foster asked, her pen hovering above the paper. Any changes in routine, new people visiting, financial troubles? Mrs. Denholm considered this, her eyes drifting toward the living room where another detective was examining the family photos that lined the mantel. Thomas got a promotion about 3 months ago. They seemed happy about it, though he was working longer hours. Sarah mentioned they were thinking about a bigger house, maybe in Lakeside Heights. Foster nodded, jotting this down, though her attention had already shifted to the subtle details around her. A cell phone charger still plugged into the wall, a jacket small, likely Emma's, draped over a kitchen chair. A school permission slip for a field trip magneted next to the note, signed and ready to be returned. These weren't the signs of a planned departure. As the morning lengthened into afternoon, the Mercer house became crowded with investigators. Fingerprint powder dusted surfaces like fresh snow. Voices murmured in professional undertones, yet for all the activity, answers remained elusive. No signs of forced entry, no evidence of violence, no indication of struggle. The bedrooms told a similarly confusing story. Closets still full of clothes, toothbrushes in their holder. The children's beds unmade as if they'd risen normally that morning. Thomas and Sarah's bed was made their routine, according to Mrs. Denholm, who cleaned for them occasionally. Check their financial records, Foster instructed her partner, Detective Marcos. See if there were any unusual withdrawals or purchases, and get access to their phone records. I want to know who they spoke to in the days before they disappeared. The family's electronic devices were missing: phones, tablets, laptops, all gone, but their passports remained in the fireproof box in the master bedroom closet. Their cars sat untouched in the garage. No airline tickets had been purchased in their names, no hotel reservations made. By evening, the first layer of facts had been established, leaving more questions than answers. The Mercers had lived in Oak Ridge for 7 years. Thomas worked as an accountant at a firm downtown. Sarah ran a moderately successful online boutique selling handcrafted jewelry. The children attended Oak Ridge elementary and middle schools, where they were described as well-adjusted and sociable. No enemies, no threats, no unusual behavior. Until they simply vanished. 3 days into the investigation, Detective Foster sat alone in her office, the soft glow of her desk lamp illuminating the Mercer case files spread before her. Outside, rain tapped gently against the window, creating a soothing rhythm that belied the troubling nature of her thoughts. The financial records had revealed something: a series of cash withdrawals over the previous 2 months. Not large enough to trigger any alerts, but together they totaled just over $15,000, carefully spaced, deliberately accumulated. And then there was the burner phone purchased 6 weeks earlier, discovered through a credit card statement but never found in the house. They were planning something, Foster murmured to herself, tracing her finger over the timeline she had constructed. But what? Thomas Mercer's promotion had come with a transfer to the firm's auditing department. His new position had given him access to sensitive financial information for dozens of corporate clients. His boss described him as meticulous, trustworthy. He had never raised any red flags. Or perhaps he had raised one too many. A week before the family's disappearance, Thomas had sent an email to the company's compliance officer requesting a meeting. The meeting never took place. The compliance officer was on vacation, scheduled to return the day after the Mercers vanished. Foster leaned back in her chair, listening to its familiar creak. The rain continued its gentle patter, almost hypnotic in its consistency. She closed her eyes, allowing the fragments to arrange themselves in her mind. When the phone rang, breaking the rain-soaked silence, Foster already knew what direction the case was taking. The call was from the forensic accountant they had assigned to review the files from Thomas's work computer. "We found something," the voice on the other end said. "Discrepancies in the accounts of Westland Development. Millions siphoned through shell companies over the past 3 years. Mercer was tracking it all in an encrypted spreadsheet." Foster's pen hovered over her notepad. Was he involved? "No," came the reply. "He was building a case, documenting everything. And guess who's on the board of Westland Development?" The answer sent a chill through Foster's spine. Senator James Caldwell, the man poised to announce his presidential campaign next month. A man with connections, resources, and everything to lose. 2 weeks after the disappearance, the investigation had expanded far beyond the quiet suburban home with 4 dinner plates still on the table. Federal agents had joined, their presence adding weight to Foster's growing theory. This wasn't a simple missing persons case. This was something far more complex, a family who had discovered something dangerous and made a desperate choice. The yellow note on the refrigerator took on new meaning now, not a bid for freedom, but a plea for safety. "Don't look for us" wasn't meant to discourage rescue. It was a warning to those who cared about them. Looking meant revealing interest. Looking meant leaving a trail. Looking meant danger. Exactly 1 month after the Mercers vanished, Detective Foster received a postcard. No return address, postmarked from a small town in Canada. On the front was a generic mountain landscape. On the back, written in handwriting she recognized from a family calendar, "The children are learning to ice skate. Thank you for understanding." Foster never entered the postcard into evidence. After memorizing every curve and line of the handwriting, she struck a match and watched the cardstock curl and blacken in her sink. Some families deserved to stay vanished. Some stories were safer left untold. In Oak Ridge, the Mercer house eventually sold to a young couple from out of state. The neighbors said little about the previous owners. The investigation officially remained open but inactive. The file gathered dust in the corner of a storage room, one more mystery in a world full of them. And somewhere far from there, perhaps a family of 4 watched snow fall outside their window, carrying new names, new stories, and the heavy knowledge of why they had to leave their old lives behind, dishes still on the table, front door open to the quiet suburban night, and a yellow note that said all they could safely say: "We had to go, don't look for us." Story 3. The recording had that particular quality that all funeral home videos seem to share, slightly overexposed, with colors just a touch too saturated against the subdued backdrop of cream-colored walls and dark wooden pews. Margaret Clancy sat alone in her living room, the blue light of the television washing over her face as she reviewed the footage for what must have been the dozenth time. The service for her brother Thomas had been beautiful, dignified, restrained, exactly as he would have wanted it. Only now, 3 days later, as she meticulously documented each attendee for the thank you cards, did she notice him. The man in the back row. He sat perfectly still throughout the service, his face partially obscured by the angle of the camera. Dark suit, dark tie, appropriate funeral attire that allowed him to blend seamlessly with the other mourners. But as Margaret studied the footage, pausing and replaying certain moments, she realized a disturbing truth. She had no idea who this man was. More significantly, neither did anyone else in the family when she began making phone calls. "I thought he was from Thomas's office," her sister-in-law suggested, her voice crackling through the phone speaker. "I assumed he was one of your friends," Margaret's daughter countered when shown the freeze-frame image. The funeral director remembered nothing unusual. It was a private service, as requested. He confirmed in that professionally sympathetic tone that funeral directors perfect over years of practice. Only those with invitations were admitted. Yet there he was, documented in pixel-perfect clarity, sitting with perfect posture, hands folded in his lap, watching the service from beginning to end. Detective Nora Weiss listened to Margaret's account with practiced patience, her pen moving across her notepad in unhurried, deliberate strokes. They sat in Margaret's kitchen, a warm space with yellow walls and the lingering scent of coffee as afternoon light filtered through gauzy curtains. "And you're certain no one recognized him?" Detective Weiss asked, her voice carrying that particular cadence of someone who had heard strange stories before but took each one seriously. "Positive," Margaret replied, sliding a printed image across the table. "I've shown this to everyone who attended." The detective studied the grainy enlargement. The man appeared to be in his 50s, with a receding hairline and wire-rimmed glasses. There was nothing particularly memorable about his appearance, which somehow made his presence more unsettling. "You mentioned the guest book," the detective prompted, letting her fingers rest lightly on the edge of the photograph. Margaret nodded, retrieving a leather-bound book from a side table. The pages made a soft, whispering sound as she carefully opened it to a marked page. "Here," she said, pointing to an entry written in neat, flowing script. "This signature, it says Thomas Clancy." Detective Weiss felt a slight chill that occasionally accompanies the recognition of something fundamentally wrong. The deceased had signed his own guest book, or someone had signed it for him. "I'd like to take this with me if that's all right," the detective said, gesturing to both the photograph and guest book. "We'll need to dust for prints." In the quiet of the police station's evidence room, with its fluorescent lighting and metal shelving, forensic technician Leonard Park carefully lifted several partial fingerprints from the guest book's glossy pages. The soft brush moved in gentle, practiced circles over the paper, revealing the whorls and ridges of fingers that had touched the surface. "Interesting," he murmured to Detective Weiss, who stood nearby watching the process. "Most of these prints are smudged, typical for a book handled by multiple people, but this signature," he indicated the flowing script spelling out Thomas Clancy's name. "These prints are perfect, almost too perfect." "What do you mean?" "Whoever signed this pressed down firmly and deliberately. They wanted to leave prints." 3 days later, the prints yielded a match in the database. Detective Weiss stared at her computer screen, reading the file with increasing disbelief. The fingerprints belonged to a man named Edward Mercer, a former mortician who had worked at the same funeral home 15 years earlier. The connection might have been coincidental if not for one disturbing detail. Edward Mercer had been convicted of stealing personal items from the deceased under his care. After serving 8 years in prison, he had been released, completed his parole, and promptly disappeared from public records. Until now. The funeral director, Mr. Bellows, adjusted his tie nervously as Detective Weiss showed him the photograph. They stood in his wood-paneled office, surrounded by tasteful arrangements of artificial flowers and discreet brochures about pre-planning services. "Yes," he admitted after a long pause. "That's Edward. I didn't recognize him at first. It's been years and he's lost weight, changed his appearance somewhat." "You didn't think to mention that a convicted former employee attended a private service uninvited?" Detective Weiss kept her tone measured, but the question carried weight. Mr. Bellows's fingers tapped an uneven rhythm on his desk. "I truly didn't recognize him during the service, and afterward, well, I suppose I didn't want to alarm the family unnecessarily. The Clancys have been through enough." "What was his relationship with Thomas Clancy?" The funeral director's expression shifted subtly. "There wasn't one, as far as I know. Thomas Clancy was never processed by Edward during his employment here." This made Edward Mercer's appearance at the funeral even more perplexing. But as Detective Weiss would soon discover, there was a connection, one that had been carefully hidden for years. Thomas Clancy had served on the jury that convicted Edward Mercer 15 years ago. The courthouse archives yielded the information in the form of yellowed transcripts and faded documents pulled from storage boxes that smelled of dust and time. Clancy had been juror number 8, not the foreman, not particularly vocal during deliberations according to the notes, but present for every day of the trial that sent Edward Mercer to prison. When Detective Weiss knocked on the door of the small apartment Edward Mercer now rented, she was met with neither resistance nor surprise. He invited her in with the calm demeanor of someone who had been expecting her visit, gesturing toward a chair in a sparsely furnished living room. "I wondered how long it would take," he said, his voice soft and even. "I didn't exactly try to hide." "Why did you attend Thomas Clancy's funeral?" she asked directly. Edward settled into a chair across from her, his hands resting lightly on his knees. "I wanted to see him one last time, the man who changed my life. By helping convict you of theft." A slight smile touched Edward's lips. "Is that what the record shows, just theft?" Detective Weiss felt something shift in the conversation. "The court documents indicate you were convicted of stealing personal effects from the deceased." "Personal effects," Edward repeated slowly, as if tasting the words. "That's a convenient way of describing it. Did those documents happen to mention what I allegedly took from those bodies?" They had not specified. Weiss made a mental note to review the complete case files. "I was framed, detective, by the funeral home owner Mr. Bellows's father. He was stealing organ tissue and selling it to research facilities. When I discovered what was happening, he made sure I took the fall." "And Thomas Clancy, what was his role?" Edward's expression softened almost imperceptibly. "He was the only juror who believed me. He fought for me during deliberations, according to what I learned later, but in the end he was outvoted and I went to prison." Detective Weiss maintained her professional skepticism. "That doesn't explain why you would sign his name in the guest book." "I signed my own name, detective," Edward replied with quiet certainty. "Edward Thomas Mercer." The middle page of the guest book stuck to the next, only half my signature transferred. "Look again." Later verification would prove this to be true. The impression of Edward could be faintly seen on the underside of the previous page when held to the light at the right angle. "Why come forward now?" Weiss asked. "Why not contact the family directly?" Edward reached for a folder on the side table, removing a fragile, age-yellowed letter. "Because Thomas contacted me first, 6 months ago. He was dying and his conscience was troubling him. He had found evidence that corroborated my story, financial records from the funeral home showing suspicious transactions. He was building a case to help clear my name." The letter, written in Thomas Clancy's distinctive handwriting, later confirmed by his family, detailed his plan to expose the truth. But cancer had progressed faster than his investigation. "I came to pay my respects," Edward said simply. "I never meant to disturb his family. I thought no one would notice me." In the weeks that followed, Detective Weiss quietly reopened the investigation into the original case. The financial records Thomas Clancy had begun collecting painted a disturbing picture of the funeral home's operations under the previous owner. Former employees, now freed from fear of reprisal with the elder Bellows long deceased, came forward with corroborating statements. For Margaret Clancy, the revelation about her brother's final project brought both pain and pride. Thomas had spent his last month seeking justice for a man wrongfully convicted, a final act of atonement for a verdict that had haunted him for 15 years. The stranger in the funeral home was no longer a mystery, but the full truth of the case would take months more to unravel completely. Some questions would never find answers, buried as they were with those who had taken their secrets to the grave. As for Edward Mercer, he attended one more funeral service at the Bellows Funeral Home, this time as an invited guest of the Clancy family, standing not in the shadows of the back row, but beside them as they honored Thomas's memory with the dedication of a small memorial garden behind the local courthouse. Justice, like grief, sometimes moves at its own deliberate pace, emerging not in dramatic revelations, but in quiet moments of recognition: a stranger at a funeral, a signature in a book, the weight of a 15-year-old verdict finally beginning to lift. Story 4, the mountain air carried a peculiar stillness that evening. Not the peaceful quiet of nature at rest, but something more expectant, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Sarah and Michael settled into the rustic cabin they had booked for their anniversary weekend, their suitcases still half unpacked on the wooden floor. The listing had been perfect: 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, a stone fireplace, and panoramic views of the Montana wilderness. The host's note had mentioned just one caveat: a single locked door at the end of the upstairs hallway. For storage, the message had explained, nothing to worry about. They hadn't given it a second thought until now. It was their second night at the cabin. The digital clock on the nightstand glowed 2:17 a.m. when Sarah nudged Michael awake, her fingers digging into his shoulder with unusual urgency. "Listen," she whispered. At first, he heard nothing beyond the gentle hum of the heating system. Then it came a faint scraping sound, like something heavy being dragged across a wooden floor. It was coming from upstairs, from the direction of the locked room. "Probably just the wind," Michael murmured, though his voice lacked conviction. "Old cabins make noise." Sarah sat up, the blanket pulled tight around her shoulders. "That's not the wind." They listened as the sound continued for almost 40 seconds before stopping abruptly. The silence that followed felt heavier than the noise that had preceded it. Eventually, they drifted back to uneasy sleep, the incident filed away as one of those strange, middle-of-the-night occurrences that always seem less significant in daylight. Except that in the morning, the door was different. Detective Elaine Mercer studied the photograph spread across her desk, the steam from her coffee curling upward in the cool air of the precinct. 3 years had passed since Sarah and Michael Harlow had made their report, and the case remained open. Technically classified as a non-violent home invasion, it stood out among her files because of its peculiar details, the kind that nagged at the back of the mind during quiet moments. The door was ajar, she mumbled to herself, reading from her notes for perhaps the 100th time, just slightly enough to notice. The couple had approached it cautiously that morning, both later admitting they had nearly convinced themselves to ignore it, to check out early and drive back to Seattle without investigating. But curiosity, that most human of impulses, had prevailed. Michael had pushed the door open slowly, the hinges surprisingly silent for such an old cabin. The room beyond was small, perhaps 10 feet square, with a single window covered by heavy blackout curtains. A bare mattress lay on the floor in the center of the room. No sheets, no pillows, just a mattress. In the corner, a set of metal shackles had been bolted to the wall, their chains neatly coiled. But it was what hung on the far wall that had caused Sarah to scream, the sound echoing through the empty cabin and into the surrounding forest. A single photograph pinned with a red thumbtack. The image showed Sarah and Michael sitting on the cabin's front porch the previous evening, watching the sunset, a picture neither of them had taken. Detective Mercer sipped her coffee, now grown cold. The forensic report sat beside the photographs, its conclusions unremarkable. No fingerprints except those belonging to the couple and the cabin's registered owner, a man named Lawrence Keller, who lived 3 states away and managed the property remotely. Keller had seemed genuinely shocked when questioned, insisting the room should have been empty save for some old furniture waiting to be donated. The chains, he claimed, must have been left by the previous owner. The mattress, perhaps from squatters who had found a way to access the property between rentals. And the photograph, Keller had no explanation. "You've got that look again," said Detective Torres, setting a fresh cup of coffee on Mercer's desk as he took the chair opposite her. "The cabin case." Mercer nodded, sliding one photograph toward him, a close-up of the shackles. "I can't shake the feeling we're missing something obvious." Torres studied the image. "Have you checked rental records for the weeks before and after?" 17 different bookings in the 6 months surrounding the incident, all verified identities, all with alibis for the night in question. Mercer tapped her pen against the desk, and none reported anything unusual about a locked room. "Because the door wasn't locked for them," Torres suggested, "or because they never made it out to file a report." The thought had occurred to Mercer many times. She had personally contacted every guest who had stayed at the cabin that year. All had responded. All were alive and well. None had experienced anything out of the ordinary. Except for one detail, mentioned by a woman named Rebecca Chen, who had stayed at the cabin 3 weeks before the Harlows. There was a camera, Chen had told Mercer during their phone interview. One of those small ones people use for home security. "I noticed it on the bookshelf in the living room. I thought it was for preventing theft." No camera had been found during the search of the property. No evidence of monitoring equipment of any kind. The investigation had stalled there, the case file gradually migrating toward the bottom of the stack as more pressing matters demanded attention. But something about it pulled at Mercer, drawing her back to it on quiet afternoons like this one. "What about the property history?" Torres asked, finishing his coffee. "Anything before Keller bought it?" Mercer hesitated. "That's where it gets interesting. The cabin was built in 1978 by a man named Howard Gaines. He lived there alone until his death in 2019. No criminal record, no complaints from neighbors. By all accounts, a quiet, reclusive man who kept to himself. And then the property was sold to Keller, who renovated it and listed it as a vacation rental 6 months later." Torres frowned. "That doesn't sound particularly interesting." "No," Mercer agreed, "but this does." She pulled out another photograph, this one taken from Howard Gaines' driver's license. Torres studied it for a moment before his eyes widened slightly. "He looks like Michael Harlow," Mercer finished. "Not identical, but similar enough to be related. same eye shape, same prominent jawline. Have you asked Harlow about this? Mercer shook her head. Not yet. I wanted to be certain first. She pulled out her phone and opened a photo comparison application. I've been running facial recognition algorithms comparing features. There's approximately a 67% match, which suggests a potential familial relationship, perhaps uncle and nephew, or even father and son. Tors leaned back in his chair. So you think Michael Harlow knew about this cabin, that the rental wasn't random? I think it's worth asking, Mercer replied. Don't you find it strange that neither Sarah nor Michael ever followed up on the investigation? After the initial report and statement, they seemed to lose interest entirely. No calls for updates, no pressure to solve the case. Almost as if they already knew the answer, Tors murmured. The following day, Mercer drove to the Harlow's address in Seattle. The modest house in the Queen Anne neighborhood looked exactly as it had 3 years ago, well maintained, with a small garden out front that Sarah had mentioned tending herself. No one answered the door. A neighbor watering plants on a nearby porch informed Mercer that the Harlows had moved away nearly 2 years ago. No forwarding address had been left with neighbors. Back at the precinct, Mercer ran a search through various databases. No new driver's licenses, no property purchases, no tax records. It was as if Sarah and Michael Harlow had simply vanished. People don't just disappear, Tors said when Mercer shared her findings, not without leaving some kind of trail. Unless they want to, Mercer countered, unless they're hiding. The question remained, hiding from what or from whom? 3 weeks later, a package arrived at the precinct addressed to Detective Mercer. Inside was a USB drive and a handwritten note on plain white paper. Some doors should stay locked. The digital forensics team cleared the drive of any malware before allowing Mercer to view its contents. A single video file, time-stamped from 3 years ago. Security footage showing the interior of a rustic cabin, the same living room where Sarah and Michael had spent their anniversary weekend. The footage showed the couple arriving, unpacking, moving about the space with the relaxed demeanor of people on vacation. Nothing unusual. Until the second night. At precisely 1:42 a.m., Michael Harlow could be seen rising from bed, careful not to wake his sleeping wife. He moved through the cabin with surprising purpose for someone supposedly half asleep, ascending the stairs and approaching the locked door at the end of the hallway. From his pocket, he produced a key. The footage ended there, cutting to black just as Michael inserted the key into the lock. No explanation, no resolution. Mercer sat in silence for several minutes after the screen went dark, her mind racing through possibilities, none of them comforting. He had a key, Tors said quietly from behind her. He had watched the footage over her shoulder. He had a key all along. But why pretend? Mercer asked. Why file a report about a break-in if you were the one who opened the door? Tors didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice was measured. Maybe because what was found in that room wasn't what he expected to find. The case remains unsolved. The cabin was sold again last year to a developer who demolished it to build a larger vacation home. Whatever secrets the locked room held are now buried beneath new foundations. Detective Mercer occasionally finds herself awake at night, thinking about doors that should remain locked and the human impulse to open them anyway. She wonders about Sarah and Michael Harlow, about where they might be now, and whether they found what they were looking for, or if what they found is still looking for them. In her desk drawer, she keeps the USB drive, though she has not watched the footage again. Some mysteries, she has learned, offer no comfort in their resolution. Some questions are safer left unanswered. And some doors, as the note suggested, should stay locked. Story 5. Rain fell in gentle whispers against the pavement of Mercer Street, each droplet catching the amber glow of streetlights as night settled over the city. Detective Alan Rossi stood under the protection of a black umbrella, water trickling down its edges as he surveyed the scene before him. A yellow taxi cab, its front door still ajar, sat abandoned at an odd angle against the curb. The meter was still running. "Third one this month," said Detective Marla Hernandez, approaching with 2 cups of coffee in hand. She passed one to Rossi, the warmth seeping through the paper cup and into his cold fingers. "Same MO, passenger gets in, never gets out." Rossi nodded slowly, taking a sip of the bitter liquid as his eyes traced the empty driver's seat. The car keys dangled from the ignition, swaying almost imperceptibly in the night breeze that occasionally found its way inside. The backseat was empty, save for a woman's purse resting on the worn leather. A phone, wallet, lipstick, ordinary items that told the story of an ordinary evening interrupted. "Her name is Catherine Winters," Hernandez continued, flipping through her small notebook, pages slightly damp from the rain. 34, works at the Central Library downtown. Colleagues say she left work around 8, mentioned catching a cab home, never arrived. The rain continued its gentle percussion as they worked, the sound punctuated by the occasional crackle of police radios and the soft murmur of officers securing the scene. Crime scene technicians moved with practiced efficiency, their flashlights cutting through the darkness like surgical instruments, illuminating portions of a puzzle that had yet to make sense. 3 weeks earlier, James Cohen had disappeared under similar circumstances. A week after that, Eliza Hammond. Both had last been seen entering yellow cabs in different parts of the city. Both cabs were later found abandoned, keys in the ignition, meter running, no blood, no signs of struggle, just emptiness and questions. In the soft glow of the precinct's fluorescent lights, Rossi pinned Catherine Winters' photo to the investigation board. 3 faces now looked back at him, 3 people with no connection to each other beyond their method of disappearance. The detective ran his fingers over the timeline they'd constructed, feeling the texture of the paper beneath his fingertips. "The taxi company has no record of dispatching cabs to any of these locations," Hernandez said, settling into the chair beside him with a soft sigh. "And none of the vehicles belonged to registered drivers. They were all reported stolen, each one at least a month before they were used in the disappearances." Rossi leaned back, the old office chair creaking beneath his weight. "Someone's playing taxi driver," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "But why, and where are they taking these people?" Days passed like pages turning in a forgotten book. The investigation moved forward with the patience of water carving stone. Traffic cameras yielded grainy images of the stolen taxis moving through the city, always following the same pattern, heading north toward the old industrial district before disappearing from the grid entirely. On the 7th day after Catherine Winters vanished, Officer Danielle Park discovered something while reviewing hours of footage. The taxi that picked up Catherine drove past this same convenience store camera twice, she said, pointing to the timestamp on the screen. first at 8:23 p.m. heading downtown, then again at 8:42 p.m. heading north. But look at the passenger window. Rossi leaned closer, squinting at the pixelated image. In the first frame, a woman's silhouette was visible through the window. In the second, the same window showed nothing but darkness. She was already gone, Hernandez whispered. But how? The cab never stopped between these 2 points. The industrial district sprawled like an abandoned kingdom on the city's northern edge. Warehouses and factories stood in silent testimony to a bygone era, their windows either boarded up or shattered, their walls claimed by graffiti artists and climbing vines. It was here that Officer Reed Torres found the first real lead, an old garage with freshly installed locks nestled between 2 derelict buildings. The warrant came through on a Tuesday morning. The tactical team moved with controlled precision, but when they breached the garage door, they found only emptiness and 3 taxi cabs parked in a neat row. The floor beneath them was clean, suspiciously so compared to the dust and grime that covered every other surface. Behind a false wall in the back of the garage, they discovered a small room. A desk, a chair, and meticulous logbooks filled with addresses, times, and names, including those of the 3 missing persons. But one detail stood out above all others. Each entry included the words, "Incorrect destination provided." Forensics teams worked through the night, their lights casting long shadows across the concrete floor. They found partial fingerprints that matched no records, hairs that yielded no DNA matches in any database. Whoever had orchestrated these disappearances existed as a ghost in the system. "What does it mean, incorrect destination provided?" Rossi asked the empty room, voice echoing slightly off the bare walls of the precinct at 3 in the morning. The coffee in his cup had long gone cold, forgotten as he pored over the evidence for the 100th time. The breakthrough came from Catherine Winter's phone records. In the moments before her disappearance, she had sent a text message to her sister, "Catching a cab home. Driver seems odd. Asked for my address twice but keeps saying I never gave him one." 2 days later, an anonymous call led detectives to an abandoned subway maintenance tunnel 20 miles outside the city. The entrance had been carefully concealed beneath layers of debris and vegetation, suggesting years of undisturbed use. As they descended into the darkness, flashlights revealed a corridor that stretched beyond their beams. 300 feet into the tunnel, they found the first room small, concrete, with a single mattress on the floor and a bucket in the corner. The door had been locked from the outside. The room was empty, but the walls told a different story: scratch marks near the handle and a series of tick marks grouped in sets of 5. There were 5 such rooms in total. In the last one, they found Catherine Winters alive but weakened, disoriented after 9 days in captivity. As paramedics attended to her, she repeated the same phrase over and over, her voice a hoarse whisper. "He said I gave the wrong address. He said I had to stay until I remembered the right one." James Cohen and Eliza Hammond were not so fortunate. Their remains were discovered in a 6th room, deeper in the tunnel complex. They had succumbed to dehydration weeks earlier. Like Catherine, they had been captured by a man they believed was a taxi driver, only to be imprisoned for failing to provide what their captor considered the correct destination. The driver was never found. The fingerprints led nowhere. The hair samples matched no known individuals. The only clue to his identity was a driver's license recovered from a makeshift living quarters in the tunnel, bearing the name and photo of a man who had died 15 years earlier. 3 months after Catherine Winters was rescued, Detective Rossi received a call from the night shift. A yellow taxi had been found abandoned downtown, keys in the ignition, meter running. The back seat was empty except for a man's wallet and phone. The taxi company had no record of dispatching the vehicle. As rain once again fell on the city streets, Rossi stood under his black umbrella, staring at the empty driver's seat. The investigation would begin anew, following the same meticulous process as before. But one question remained unanswered, hanging in the air like the mist from his breath in the cold night. What destination was the driver waiting to hear? In the distance, another yellow taxi turned the corner, its light indicating it was available for hire. A woman raised her hand to flag it down, rushing to escape the rain. The cab slowed to a stop beside her. She opened the door and climbed in, giving the driver her address as they pulled away from the curb. The meter started running. Story 6. The late afternoon light filtered through the tall windows of the Millbrook Public Library, casting long shadows across the polished oak floors. Dust particles danced in the amber beams, swirling like microscopic galaxies above the rows of leather-bound books. For over a century, this three-story Victorian building had stood at the heart of the small town, housing not only the community's literature, but also its quiet secrets. Sarah Bennett, a graduate student researching local history, had spent countless hours among these shelves. The library had become her second home. The soft creak of the floorboards, the whisper of turning pages, and the faint scent of aging paper formed the background of her days. She knew every corner of this place, or so she thought. It was on a Tuesday in late October when Sarah noticed something unusual while retrieving a reference book from the far corner of the third floor. A narrow door, painted the same shade of cream as the surrounding wall, stood partially hidden behind a tall shelf of encyclopedias. No sign adorned it, no indication of what might lie beyond. The brass handle was layered with dust, undisturbed, untouched. Sarah later told investigators that she had walked past this section hundreds of times before, yet had never noticed the door. Perhaps the shelf had been moved recently, revealing what was meant to remain concealed. She hesitated, her fingers hovering over the handle. The library was quiet that day, with only the occasional distant sound of a book being reshelved by the elderly librarian, Mrs. Winters, who had worked there for over 40 years. Sarah's curiosity, however, was too compelling to resist. When she turned the handle, it moved with surprising ease. The door opened with only the slightest whisper of resistance. No creak, no groan of old hinges. It was as if the door had been recently oil-maintained, despite its hidden location. The room beyond was small, perhaps 10 feet square, with no windows and only a single wall-mounted lamp that flickered to life when Sarah found and flipped the switch. The air was different here, not musty or stale, as one might expect from an unused space, but cool and faintly scented with something Sarah couldn't quite identify. Something chemical, something that made her instinctively take shorter breaths. A simple wooden desk occupied the center of the room, its surface covered with neatly arranged papers. File folders, newspaper clippings, and what appeared to be official documents lay in ordered stacks. A single wooden chair stood pushed against the desk, as if someone had just stepped away, intending to return at any moment. Sarah would later describe to Detective Morgan how her heart had begun to beat faster as she approached the desk. Not out of fear, not yet, but from the historian's excitement of discovering something forgotten, something new. She sat down in the chair, which was unexpectedly comfortable, and began to examine the papers before her. They were police reports, missing persons cases to be specific, dozens of them spanning more than 60 years. Some of the paper had yellowed with age, the type fading, while others appeared more recent, the ink still sharp against the white background. Sarah carefully lifted one file, dated 1983, and opened it. The photograph showed a young woman with feathered hair and a bright smile. Elizabeth Karen, age 19, reported missing September 14, 1983. Last seen, Millbrook Public Library, approximately 7:30 p.m. With increasing unease, Sarah opened another file. Thomas Whittaker, age 34, reported missing March 22, 1991. Last seen, Millbrook Public Library, late afternoon. Another, Caitlin James, age 16, reported missing August 8, 2007. Last seen, Millbrook Public Library, evening hours. Every file, all 27 of them, documented individuals who had disappeared without a trace. And every single one had last been seen in the very building where Sarah now sat, heart pounding against her ribs, the cool air of the hidden room suddenly feeling much colder against her skin. Detective Morgan, a tall woman with prematurely gray hair and eyes that rarely revealed her thoughts, had been with the Millbrook Police Department for 15 years. When Sarah brought her discovery to the police, Morgan's expression had remained neutral, professional, but her hands, Sarah noticed, had tightened almost imperceptibly around her pen. "And you say no one at the library knew about this room?" Morgan asked, her voice measured, calm, the voice of someone who had learned long ago not to jump to conclusions. "Mrs. Winters seemed genuinely shocked," Sarah replied. "She's been there for decades and claimed she had no idea the room existed. The architectural plans we found afterward don't even show it. It's as if it was added later, off the records." The investigation that followed moved with deliberate care. The room was sealed off, its contents meticulously catalogued and removed for analysis. The papers were authentic, actual police reports, some of which matched copies in the department's archives. Others, disturbingly, documented cases that had no corresponding records in the official files. Fingerprint analysis revealed something even more unsettling. Among the many prints lifted from the desk, door handle, and files were those belonging to Gerald Hamilton, the library's former head administrator who had died of natural causes in 2018. This wasn't particularly surprising. What was surprising, however, was finding prints belonging to Vincent Larson, the library's founder, who had passed away in 1937. "It's not possible," Mrs. Winters whispered when Detective Morgan informed her of this discovery. The elderly librarian's hands trembled as she poured tea in the break room, spilling several drops onto the table. "Those files go back to the 1960s. Mr. Larson was long gone by then." As the investigation deepened, another pattern emerged. Each disappearance had occurred during periods when the library had been undergoing renovations or repairs, times when the building's normal routines were disrupted, when strangers came and went without arousing suspicion, when the sounds of work could mask other sounds. The floor beneath the hidden room was excavated, soil samples were taken, ground-penetrating radar was employed. Nothing conclusive was found, no bodies, no significant evidence, just the unsettling reality of 27 people who had walked into the Millbrook Public Library and never walked out. Then came the journal, discovered behind a loose brick in the hidden room's wall. The small leather-bound book contained handwritten entries dating back to 1918, the year the library was built. The handwriting changed over time, 7 distinct styles, Analysis would later confirm, but the content remained consistent. Detailed observations of library patrons, notes about their habits, their preferences, their vulnerabilities. The final entry was dated just 3 weeks before Sarah discovered the room. The town of Millbrook changed after these revelations. The library remained closed for months during the investigation. When it finally reopened, visitors were sparse. The building that had once been a source of community pride now stood as a monument to unanswered questions. Detective Morgan never officially closed the case. Even after her retirement 5 years later, she could often be seen sitting in the library, a stack of books beside her pretense, some said, for her continued vigil. She watched the patrons, the staff, the building itself, looking for something that might have been overlooked, some clue that might finally bring resolution. Sarah completed her graduate studies but found herself unable to leave Millbrook. She took a position at the local community college teaching history. Occasionally, she would return to the library, walking past the now permanently open door that led to what had once been a hidden room. The space had been converted into a small reading area, brightly lit and filled with comfortable chairs in an attempt to reclaim it, to normalize it. But late in the evenings, when the library was nearly empty and the tall windows reflected only darkness, Sarah sometimes thought she could hear the sound of papers being shuffled behind that door, even when no one was there. The soft scratch of a pen on paper, the gentle closing of a file folder. And sometimes, though she never admitted this to anyone, she would notice a patron lingering too long in a quiet corner, or a staff member watching the visitors with unusual intensity. In those moments, Sarah couldn't help but wonder if the hidden room in the library had been merely a repository of dark secrets, or something more, a chapter in a story that hadn't yet reached its conclusion. To this day, the 27 missing persons have never been found. Their files remain open, their families still waiting for answers that may never come. And the Millbrook Public Library still stands, its tall windows reflecting the changing seasons, its shelves filled with countless stories, including one that continues to unfold in whispers and sidelong glances, in locked doors at night, and in the careful counting of patrons who enter and those who leave. Story 7. The soft blue glow illuminated Elaine Morgan's face as she stared at her new phone, its screen displaying an unknown number. The digital clock on her nightstand read 2:17 a.m. Outside her apartment window, the gentle patter of rain created a lulling rhythm against the glass, interrupted only by the occasional passing car, its headlights painting elongated shadows across her bedroom wall. She had lost her previous phone 3 weeks ago, stolen from her purse while she waited for her coffee at Westside Cafe. She had already replaced it, changed her number, and moved on. Only her closest friends and family had the new contact information. Yet here it was, ringing. The detective assigned to Elaine Morgan's case was Thomas Reed, a 15-year veteran of the department with salt and pepper hair and perpetually tired eyes. He sat in his office, a space made smaller by the stacks of manila folders that seemed to multiply overnight. His coffee had grown cold, forgotten during his absorption in the details of Morgan's statement. The light from his desk lamp cast everything in a yellowish tint, giving the photographs from the scene an aged appearance despite their recent origin. "She answered the call," Reed murmured as he wrote in his notebook, the scratch of his pen against paper providing the only sound in the otherwise silent room. And then she heard a voice she couldn't identify. The voice had been soft, almost childlike, but with an undercurrent of something that made Elaine's skin prickle with unease. "Why did you replace me?" it had asked. Those 5 words had transformed her cozy apartment into a space that suddenly felt exposed, vulnerable, as if the walls themselves had eyes watching her every move. Elaine had hung up immediately, her heart hammering against her ribs. She had tried to convince herself it was a wrong number, a prank call, anything but what it seemed to be. She had taken a sleeping pill and forced herself to lie down, pulling the covers up to her chin despite the mild temperature of the April night. The call came again the next evening at precisely 9:43 p.m. This time she let it ring until it stopped. A minute later, a text message appeared. "I know you're there, Elaine. I can feel you looking at me." Detective Reed pinned the printed text message to his case board, standing back to examine it under the dull fluorescent lighting of the precinct's investigation room. His partner, Detective Sarah Chen, leaned against the doorframe, her arms crossed over her chest as she studied the board. "The tech team says the number doesn't exist," she said, her voice carrying that particular blend of frustration and intrigue that complicated cases often inspired. "It's registered to no one, connected to no service provider we can identify." Reed nodded slowly, his fingers tracing the edge of another document, Elaine's statement from the day her original phone was stolen. The theft had seemed unremarkable at the time, a busy coffee shop, a moment of distraction, an opportunistic thief. The responding officer had taken her statement with the resigned efficiency of someone documenting a common occurrence. The case had been filed away, becoming just another statistic. Until now. Elaine Morgan lived alone in a garden apartment on Maple Street, in a neighborhood where people nodded politely to each other but rarely exchanged names. Her building had no doorman, no security cameras, just a main entrance with an intercom system that had been malfunctioning for the past month. Anyone could slip in behind a resident if they timed it right. She had begun sleeping with her bedroom door locked, a chair propped under the handle. The calls continued, always from the same impossible number. Sometimes there was only breathing on the other end. Sometimes the voice would whisper things, small details about her day, what she had worn, whom she had spoken to. It knew when she had ordered Thai food on Tuesday. It knew about the argument she'd had with her sister. "We need to put a trace on her new phone," Reed said, circling a date on his calendar. "And I want someone watching her building." The surveillance began on a Wednesday. Officer Michael Torres sat in an unmarked car across from Elaine's apartment, a thermos of coffee his only companion during the long, uneventful hours. The radio played softly in the background, just loud enough to keep him alert without distracting him from his task. His eyes constantly scanned the street, noting each person who entered or exited the building. Nothing seemed amiss until the third night. At 11:21 p.m., as a light drizzle began to fall, Torres noticed a figure standing in the shadow of a large oak tree across from Elaine's window. The streetlight nearby had burnt out weeks ago, according to neighbors, leaving that particular section of sidewalk draped in darkness. The figure remained motionless for nearly 20 minutes before slowly walking away, disappearing around the corner before Torres could get a clear description. That same night, Elaine received another call. "I saw you looking out your window," the voice whispered. "You were wearing the blue robe. You should close your curtains more carefully." The following morning, Detective Reed sat across from Elaine at her kitchen table. Sunlight streamed through the window, creating a deceptively cheerful atmosphere that contrasted with the dark circles under her eyes and the slight tremor in her hands as she clutched her mug of tea. "Have you noticed anyone following you?" Reed asked, his voice gentle but direct. "Anyone at work or in your building who's shown unusual interest in you recently?" Elaine shook her head slowly, then paused. "There's a new maintenance man," she said after a moment of consideration. "I've seen him a few times in the hallway. He doesn't say much, just stares." This new information led Reed and Chen to the building's management office, a cramped space with filing cabinets that looked as though they hadn't been updated since the 1990s. The property manager, a heavy-set man named Harold Winters, shuffled through employment records with obvious reluctance. "We hired James Cooper about a month ago," Winters eventually confirmed, sliding a personnel file across his cluttered desk. "References checked out, no complaints so far." The photograph in the file showed a man in his 30s with close-cropped dark hair and a face that somehow managed to be both forgettable and intense at the same time. Something about his eyes, slightly too wide, slightly too focused, caused Reed to tap the image thoughtfully with his index finger. "We'll need his address," he said. James Cooper lived in a small apartment above a laundromat on the edge of town. The building smelled of detergent and fabric softener, the constant hum of machines creating white noise that would make it difficult for neighbors to hear anything unusual. Detective Chen noted this detail as they climbed the narrow staircase to the second floor. Cooper wasn't home when they knocked. The landlady, curious about the police presence, informed them that Cooper worked irregular hours and was often away for days at a time. "Keeps to himself," she added, the keys on her large ring jingling as she gestured. "Pays rent on time, though, never any trouble." With a warrant secured by evening, Reed and Chen returned to search Cooper's apartment. The space was sparsely furnished but meticulously organized. On a desk by the window sat 3 monitors connected to a sophisticated computer setup. One drawer contained several phones, each in different stages of disassembly. Another held tools for electronic repair and modification. "He knows his way around technology," Chen observed, carefully photographing each item. "This goes beyond casual interest." It was what they found in the closet that confirmed their suspicions. Hidden behind a false panel was a small workspace containing files on several women, including Elaine Morgan. Photographs taken from various angles entering her building at her workplace, sitting in cafes, were pinned to a corkboard. Alongside them were detailed notes about her schedule, her habits, even conversations she'd had on her original phone before it was stolen. Most disturbing of all was a digital voice modifier connected to a specialized phone device that could spoof numbers, making them appear to come from anywhere or nowhere. Cooper was arrested the following day as he returned to his apartment, his expression betraying no surprise at the sight of police officers waiting for him. He offered no resistance, no explanation. He simply smiled faintly, as if privy to a joke no one else understood. The investigation revealed that Cooper had targeted 7 women over the past 2 years using the same method, stealing their phones, gathering information about them, then using technology to torment them from what they believed was a safe distance. None had reported the harassment as persistently as Elaine, which was why his pattern hadn't been detected sooner. Detective Reed sat in the observation room, watching Cooper through the one-way glass of the interrogation room. The man sat perfectly still, his posture relaxed despite the handcuffs securing him to the table. He looked ordinary, so ordinary that he could blend into any crowd, be forgotten moments after being seen. It was the perfect camouflage. "Why did you do it?" Reed asked when he finally entered the room, the door closing behind him with a soft click that seemed unnaturally loud in the silent space. Cooper tilted his head slightly, considering the question with the same attention one might give to choosing between coffee or tea. "Have you ever felt invisible, detective?" he replied, his voice displaying the same soft quality that had whispered into Elaine's phone in the darkness. "I made them see me, made them feel me in their lives, made myself unforgettable." As Cooper was processed into the system, Elaine Morgan sat in her apartment with newly installed security features, staring at her phone. It hadn't rung with an unknown number since Cooper's arrest. The silence should have been comforting. Yet sometimes, in the quiet moments between waking and sleep, she found herself glancing at the screen, half expecting it to light up with that impossible number. The rational part of her mind knew the danger had passed. James Cooper was in custody. The evidence against him was overwhelming. But another part, the part that still startled at unexpected sounds, that still checked under her bed each night, wondered about the other phones in Cooper's drawer, about the careful notes he had kept, about the technology he had used with such expertise. Had he worked alone? Had he shared his methods with others who found power in making themselves unforgettable? Detective Reed wondered the same thing as he closed the case file, sliding it into a drawer that contained too many similar stories. He looked at his own phone, sitting innocuously on the corner of his desk, such a common object present in nearly everyone's pocket or purse, a constant companion, a potential vulnerability. The rain continued to fall outside his window, steady and soothing. The case was closed. Justice had been served. And yet, somewhere in the city, a phone was ringing with a number that shouldn't exist. Story 8. The rain fell in gentle, persistent sheets against the windows of Alina Pritchard's Victorian home on Maple Street. It was the kind of rain that blurred the edges of reality, transforming the familiar landscape of Millfield into something dreamlike and uncertain. Alina sat in her study, the soft yellow glow of her desk lamp creating a small island of warmth in the dimness. The ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway measured out the evening hours with steady precision as she graded papers from her third-grade class. It was nearly midnight when she heard a knock so soft that at first she thought it might have been a branch tapping against the siding. But then it came again, more deliberate this time, 3 gentle raps against her front door. Alina paused, her red pen hovering over a student's arithmetic homework, who would be calling at this hour, especially in this weather. She set down her pen, the soft click against the wooden desk barely audible over the rain. The house creaked around her as she rose, old floorboards sighing under her slippered feet. As she approached the entryway, the porch light cast a diffused glow through the frosted glass panels of the door, revealing the silhouette of what appeared to be a small figure. Alina's hand hesitated on the doorknob, her breath catching slightly. A child at this hour. When she finally opened the door, the sight that greeted her sent a whisper of unease down her spine. A little girl stood on her doorstep, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, her blonde hair plastered to her face by the rain. She wore a blue dress with white polka dots soaked through and clinging to her small frame. In her arms, she clutched a worn teddy bear, its once golden fur now a dull brown, one button eye missing. "I'm lost," the child whispered, her voice barely audible above the patter of rain. Her eyes, a startling shade of blue, seemed to reflect no light at all. Alina's maternal instincts overcame her momentary hesitation. "Oh my goodness, come in," she urged, ushering the child inside. The girl's skin felt unusually cool to the touch, as if she'd been outside for hours. In the warm light of the entryway, Alina wrapped her softest throw blanket around the girl's shoulders. The child remained silent, her gaze fixed on some middle distance, as if looking through the walls of the house to something beyond. "What's your name, sweetheart?" Alina asked, kneeling to meet the girl's eyes. "Sarah," came the quiet reply. "Sarah Winters." Alina nodded, offering a reassuring smile. "Well, Sarah, let's call the police and let them know you're safe. Your parents must be worried sick." As the girl sat motionless on the couch, Alina moved to her computer in the study. The detective and her brother-in-law, James, had always surfaced when they discussed his cases over Sunday dinners. His advice echoed in her mind: always check the missing persons database. You'd be surprised how many cases are solved by ordinary people just paying attention. She navigated to the state police website, clicking on the missing persons section. The familiar blue and white interface loaded slowly. Her internet connection always suffered during heavy storms. Alina typed Sarah Winters into the search field, expecting perhaps a recent alert from a neighboring town. The screen flickered, then populated with a single result. Alina's fingers grew still on the keyboard. The photograph showed a little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing the same blue dress with white polka dots. The missing date read, May 15, 2003, 20 years ago. A chill that had nothing to do with the rain outside crept across Alina's skin. She glanced at the doorway to the living room, where she could see the edge of the blanket she'd draped around the child's shoulders. The house suddenly seemed too quiet, the ticking of the grandfather clock unnaturally loud. Detective James Harmond received the call at 12:17 a.m. His sister-in-law's voice had a quality he'd never heard before, controlled, but with an undercurrent of something that made him immediately alert. "The child is still there?" he asked, already reaching for his clothes. "Yes," Alina whispered. "She hasn't moved. James, the photo on the website, it's her. Same dress, same bear." "Don't approach her again. I'm on my way. Lock yourself in another room if you can do it without alarming her." The Winters case had been before his time on the force, but every detective in Millfield knew about it. Sarah Winters had vanished while walking home from school. Despite an extensive search and investigation, she was never found. The case had gone cold after a year of dead ends and false leads. As James drove through the rain-slicked streets, his mind cataloged the facts he knew about the case. Sarah had last been seen by a neighbor walking past the old Thornfield property on Elm Street. The Thornfield house had been demolished years ago, replaced by a small park. No body was ever found. No suspect was ever identified. The rain was easing when he arrived at Alina's house. 2 patrol officers were already there, standing on the porch with uncertain expressions. Officer Chen approached as James stepped out of his car. "Sir, the house is empty," she said, her voice professionally neutral despite the strangeness of the situation. James frowned. Alina. "Ms. Pritchard is fine, sir. She's inside, but there's no child here." Alina sat at her kitchen table, hands wrapped around a mug of untouched tea. Her eyes were clear, her manner composed, but James recognized the slight tremor in her fingers. "I know what you're thinking," she said before he could speak. "But she was here, James. I opened the door, I brought her in, I wrapped my green throw around her." James nodded, taking the seat across from her. Tell me everything from the beginning. As Alina recounted the events of the evening, Officer Chen conducted a thorough search of the house. The green throw blanket was found neatly folded on the couch, dry to the touch. No sign of wet footprints on the hardwood floors. No indication that anyone but Alina had been in the house that night. But one detail caught James's attention, the website. He asked to see the computer, and Alina led him to her study. The browser was still open to the missing persons page, but the search field was empty. No results displayed. Search for her again, James requested. Alina typed Sarah Winters once more. The page loaded, but this time no results appeared. That's impossible, Alina whispered. Her picture was right there. Blue dress, white polka dots, May 15, 2003. James didn't respond immediately. Instead, he made a call to the station, requesting access to the archived missing persons database. The conversation was brief, his expression growing more troubled with each passing moment. When he hung up, he looked at Alina with a mixture of concern and something else, a reluctant fascination familiar to those who work cases that defy easy explanation. Sarah Winters isn't in our database, he said quietly. Never has been. Alina stared at him. That's not possible. I saw her picture. There was a Winters family in Millfield 20 years ago, James continued. They moved away after their daughter died, not disappeared, died. She drowned in Miller's Pond during a school outing, May 15, 2003. The digital clock on Alina's desk silently changed from 1:59 to 2:00 a.m. Outside, the rain had stopped completely, leaving behind an unnatural stillness. There's something else, James added, his voice barely above a whisper. The Winters lived in this house before you bought it. This was Sarah's home. Over the following weeks, James investigated the history of the house on Maple Street with a thoroughness that surprised even his colleagues. The Winters family had indeed lived there until 2003, when they sold the property and moved to Arizona, unable to remain in the home after their daughter's death. Several previous owners had reported unusual occurrences, the sound of a child's footsteps, toys moved from one place to another, the faint humming of a lullaby from empty rooms. Most had dismissed these as the natural sounds of an old house or tricks of an overactive imagination. What troubled James most was a detail he discovered in the original police report of Sarah's drowning. According to her classmates, Sarah had been playing with a teddy bear near the water's edge just before she disappeared under the surface. The bear was never recovered. Alina Pritchard continued teaching at Millfield Elementary. If she sometimes glanced at the front door during rainy nights, or if she kept the green throw blanket neatly folded on the couch, no one commented on it. She never spoke of the incident again, even to James. But on the anniversary of Sarah's death the following May, neighbors noticed something odd. A small teddy bear, worn and missing one button eye, sat on Alina's front porch all day. By nightfall, it was gone. Some stories have no resolution, no satisfying conclusion that ties up loose ends. Some mysteries remain just that, mysteries. In the quiet town of Millfield, where the rain sometimes falls so heavily it blurs the edges of reality, the case of the child who knocked on the wrong door remains open, a whispered tale passed between detectives on particularly long nights. And sometimes, when the rain is at its heaviest, Alina Pritchard still listens for a knock at her door. Story 9. The receptionist had handed her a key card for room 604. The elevator dinged. The hallway was empty. She slid the key in, but the door wouldn't open. Confused, she went back down to the front desk. The receptionist frowned. "We don't have a room 604. Sarah Mendez stood perfectly still, the plastic keycard pinched between her fingers. Her reflection in the polished marble counter of the Westlake Grand Hotel showed a woman caught between confusion and disbelief. The receptionist Aaron, according to his name tag, tapped quietly on his keyboard, the soft clicking filling the otherwise silent lobby. Outside, a light rain had begun to fall, droplets sliding down the tall glass windows, distorting the glow of city lights beyond. "I don't understand," Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The woman who checked me in not 30 minutes ago gave me this card. She told me 6th floor. She placed the key card on the counter, where it made a small plastic click against the marble surface. The card read 604 in neat black print. Aaron's brow furrowed deeper as he examined the hotel's database. "Ma'am, according to our system, the Westlake Grand only has 5 floors. We don't have a 6th floor, and we certainly don't have a room 604. He turned the monitor toward her, showing a layout of the hotel 5 floors, with the top floor containing rooms 501 through 520. Detective Marcus Rivera ran his fingertips along the edges of the file folder, feeling the slight texture of the paper against his skin. 3 weeks had passed since Sarah Mendez reported her strange encounter at the Westlake Grand Hotel. What had initially seemed like a simple misunderstanding had evolved into something far more unsettling when Sarah disappeared the following morning. Her luggage remained in room 312, where she had eventually been assigned, but there was no sign of Sarah herself. The detective's office was quiet in the early morning hours. A single lamp cast shadows across his desk, illuminating the small particles of dust that floated through its beam. Outside his window, the city was still waking up, streetlights gradually fading against the growing dawn. The steady tick of the wall clock provided a rhythmic backdrop to his thoughts. Rivera opened the folder and spread out the photographs. Security footage showed Sarah entering the hotel at 7:42 p.m., checking in at the reception desk. The camera clearly captured a female receptionist handing her a key card. This was the first inconsistency hotel records indicated that only Aaron Bennett had been on duty that evening, and he was male. When questioned, Aaron confirmed that he had been the only receptionist working that night, and he had no recollection of checking Sarah in during her first visit to the desk. The detective picked up his coffee mug, feeling the warmth seep into his palms. The liquid inside had cooled to a temperature just above room temperature, but he took a sip anyway, the slightly bitter taste bringing his senses into sharper focus. He returned to the security footage, watching as Sarah took the elevator up, disappeared for 12 minutes, then returned to the lobby, visibly confused. What happened during those 12 minutes became the central question of the investigation. The elevator camera showed Sarah pressing the button for the 6th floor, a floor that supposedly didn't exist, and the elevator doors closing. Then, 12 minutes later, the same elevator camera captured her return to the lobby, but there was no footage of her on any floor during those missing minutes. Rivera's partner, Detective Elaine Cortez, had interviewed the hotel's head of maintenance, a man named Gerald Wilkins who had worked at the Westlake Grand for over 27 years. Cortez's notes detailed an interesting conversation. Wilkins, hesitant when discussing building history, eventually revealed that original plans for hotel included 6 floors. 6th floor construction was halted after accident in 1987. Hotel redesigned as 5-floor structure. When pressed about nature of accident, Wilkins ended interview. The maintenance logs Cortez had obtained told a more complete story. In September 1987, during the initial construction of the Westlake Grand, a structural collapse on what would have been the sixth floor resulted in the deaths of 4 construction workers. The hotel's developers, facing financial pressure and negative publicity, altered the designs, removed the partially built 6th floor, and completed the hotel with only 5 stories. The official building plans were amended, permits reissued, and the Westlake Grand opened in 1988 as a 5-story luxury hotel. But something didn't add up. If the 6th floor had been removed during construction, how had Sarah accessed it? And who was the mysterious receptionist who gave her the key card? Detective Rivera leaned back in his chair, which creaked softly under his weight. The ceiling fan above rotated slowly, creating a barely perceptible breeze that stirred the air in the otherwise still room. He picked up another document from the file, a statement from a former hotel employee named Linda Mercer, who had worked as a receptionist at the Westlake Grand from 1988 to 1995. Linda's statement described an unusual atmosphere at the hotel in its early years. Staff would occasionally report hearing footsteps or voices from above when on the 5th floor. Maintenance workers refused to work alone in certain sections of the building. Most notably, Linda recalled an incident in 1992 when a guest insisted he had been given a key card to room 604, though no such room existed. The hotel manager at the time dismissed these occurrences as new building settling noises and guest confusion. The connection was striking. Rivera pulled out his phone and scrolled through the photos he had taken at the scene. One image showed the keycard Sarah had been given room number 604, identical to the room number from the 1992 incident. 2 incidents separated by 30 years with the same impossible room number. The detective's investigation took an even more puzzling turn when he reviewed additional security footage from the night of Sarah's disappearance. The cameras showed her returning to room 312 after dinner, entering at 9:37 p.m. At 2:14 a.m., the same cameras captured Sarah leaving her room, still fully dressed, walking with purpose toward the elevator. She pressed the button for the 6th floor. The doors closed, and she was never seen again. Hotel maintenance records revealed something else. A service door on the 5th floor led to a small mechanical room housing elevator equipment. Behind this equipment was what appeared to be a sealed doorway, apparently a remnant from the original construction when the 6th floor had been planned. According to the building inspector's notes from 1988, this doorway had been permanently sealed and was essentially just a wall cavity now, leading nowhere. Rivera arranged to visit this sealed doorway himself. Standing in the cramped mechanical room, flashlight in hand, he examined the wall. The surface was concrete, painted institutional beige like the rest of the room. No visible seams or outlines suggested a former doorway. He ran his fingers along the wall, feeling nothing but cool, smooth paint over concrete. The maintenance worker who accompanied him shifted uncomfortably from foot to foot, eager to leave the space. "Has anyone ever tried to open this?" Rivera asked, tapping the wall lightly. The maintenance worker, not Gerald Wilkins, who had called in sick that day, shook his head. No reason to. Nothing behind there but the outside of the building, just air and a 5-story drop. But architectural drawings from the original building plans told a different story. Before the 6th floor accident and subsequent redesign, this doorway would have led to a stairwell connecting the 5th and 6th floors. The stairwell had been partially constructed before the accident occurred. As Rivera continued his investigation, he discovered that Sarah Mendez wasn't the first person to disappear at the Westlake Grand. In the hotel's 37-year history, 3 other guests had vanished without explanation. A business traveler in 1995, a honeymooning bride in 2003, her husband had been at the hotel bar when she disappeared, and a solo tourist in 2017. Each disappearance had been investigated separately, with no connections made between them. Until now, reviewing these cold cases, Rivera found the pattern. Each missing person had been initially assigned a room that didn't match the hotel's layout. Each had reported confusion to the front desk. Each had been reassigned to a proper room, and each had disappeared within 24 hours, last seen entering an elevator. The detective's instincts told him that the sealed doorway in the mechanical room was key to solving these disappearances. After obtaining a warrant, he brought in a structural engineer who used ground-penetrating radar to examine the wall. The results were baffling. According to the radar, there was indeed a space beyond the wall, approximately the size of a stairwell. But according to the hotel's current architectural plans, that space couldn't exist. On a rainy Tuesday morning, 7 weeks after Sarah Mendez disappeared, workers broke through the sealed doorway under Detective Rivera's supervision. Behind the concrete wall, they found exactly what the original building plans had indicated: a stairwell. The stairs led upward, ending at another sealed door. This door was different, made of metal rather than concrete, with a keycard reader mounted beside it. Rivera stood at the bottom of the revealed stairwell, feeling a cold draft of air flowing down from above. The stairwell lights flickered weakly, running on what must have been emergency power that had somehow remained connected for decades. The maintenance worker who had accompanied them backed away, refusing to climb the stairs. "That floor doesn't exist," he whispered, his voice echoing in the confined space. "It can't exist." But it did exist. When Rivera climbed the stairs and tried Sarah's keycard, the one labeled 604, which had been logged as evidence in the reader beside the metal door, the lock clicked and the door swung open. Beyond lay a corridor, fully furnished but covered in decades of dust. The wallpaper matched the original designs from the 1980s, now faded and peeling in places. 6 doors lined each side of the hallway, numbered 601 through 612. The air was stale but breathable. Room 604 was locked. No amount of knocking or calling out received a response. When a locksmith finally opened the door, the room inside was immaculate, bed made, furniture arranged as if waiting for a guest. On the desk lay Sarah's cell phone and wallet. But of Sarah herself there was no sign. The room had no other exits, no connecting doors, nowhere a person could have gone. The windows were sealed and unopenable, offering a view of the city from a perspective that shouldn't have existed, a 6th-floor view from a 5-story building. The case of Sarah Mendez in the hotel room that didn't exist remains officially unsolved. The Westlake Grand Hotel was closed pending investigation, but no further evidence has been discovered. The 6th floor, which architects and engineers cannot explain given the building's exterior dimensions, has been sealed off once again. Detective Rivera still visits the hotel occasionally, standing across the street in the evening light, counting the floors from the outside. Only 5 are visible, yet somewhere inside, behind sealed doors and forgotten stairwells, a 6th floor waits in silence, perhaps holding the answers to what happened to Sarah Mendez and the others who went looking for rooms that shouldn't have existed. Some mysteries, it seems, check in but never check out. Story 10. She stepped in through the front door, dust swirling in the stale air. The house had been abandoned for years, its walls peeling, its furniture draped in sheets. Exploring felt like stepping into a frozen moment in time except for one thing. The doors, every one of them led back to the same room. No matter where she walked, no matter which handle she turned, she always ended up back in the parlor. The only way out was the way she came in. But when she turned back, the front door was gone. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body transformed the abandoned Victorian from local curiosity to crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, watching forensic technicians move through the dim interior like ghosts. The house had acquired a certain notoriety among locals, the house where compasses spun wildly, where people reported feeling watched. Now it held secrets far darker than urban legends. Initial examination suggests she's been dead approximately 3 days, the medical examiner said, his voice barely above a whisper. Cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been found seated in an antique chair in the parlor, positioned to face the main entrance as if waiting for someone. Her expression peaceful, hands folded neatly in her lap, no signs of struggle, no defensive wounds. The scene possessed an eerie stillness that experienced investigators found unsettling. Who reported finding the body? Lind asked, scanning her notes. Real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers, her partner responded. They entered, saw her sitting there, thought she was trespassing until they got closer. The house had remained unoccupied since the death of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years earlier. Family disputes had left the property in legal limbo, unwanted, unsold, and largely forgotten except by vandals and thrill seekers. Morgan Pierce was 26, a graduate student researching architectural anomalies for her thesis. Friends described her as methodical, ambitious, and fascinated by spaces that defied conventional design. The abandoned Victorian, with its reputation for disorienting visitors, would have been irresistible to her. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Said Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. The investigation revealed Morgan had visited the house multiple times in the weeks before her death. Her journal entries described strange acoustic properties, unexpected cold spots, and doors that seemed to lead to different rooms each time she opened them. In her final entry, she wrote of bringing specialized equipment to document what she called spatial inconsistencies. That equipment was nowhere to be found. The autopsy revealed an unexpected detailed trace amounts of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant used in certain shamanic rituals. The substance was known to cause disorientation and vivid hallucinations, but not in quantities sufficient to be lethal. She wasn't a recreational drug user, her boyfriend insisted during questioning. Morgan was rigorous about her research methods. She wouldn't have compromised her perception deliberately. Digital forensics recovered fragments of deleted messages on Morgan's phone, conversations with someone who shared her fascination with the house, someone who claimed to understand its secrets. The messages grew increasingly intimate and cryptic. The house remembers what happened there, one message read. It wants someone to know. The investigation led detectives to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had corresponded with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had drawn her attention, and their professional relationship had evolved into something more personal. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely devastated by her death. The house has a reputation, he explained. The original architect incorporated optical illusions and false perspectives. He designed it to confuse and disorient. Morgan believed there was something more to it, something beyond tricks of design. But Reeves had an alibi for the estimated time of death. Security footage showed him giving a lecture at a university symposium several hours away. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, Alina Blackwood's grandson, now living abroad. When contacted by investigators, he revealed a family secret kept buried for generations. "My grandmother wasn't the only Blackwood to die in that house," he said. "There were others, always found in the parlor, always looking peaceful. The family called it the claiming." He provided investigators with journals dating back decades, documenting deaths initially ruled as heart failure or stroke. The pattern was unmistakable. Individuals who spent significant time in the house eventually succumbed to what the family euphemistically called the influence. A secondary search of the property revealed a hidden compartment behind the parlor fireplace. Inside, investigators found Morgan's missing equipment and something else. A small chamber containing artifacts from numerous indigenous cultures, arranged in a precise geometric pattern. At the center sat a carved figurine, its features worn smooth by handling across generations. Analysis identified the carving as representing a deity associated with liminal spaces, thresholds between worlds. Residue on the artifacts matched the alkaloid found in Morgan's system. The case took another turn when forensic analysis of dust patterns in the house indicated someone else had been present when Morgan died. Partial fingerprints not matching Morgan's or any known visitors were recovered from doorknobs throughout the house. 3 weeks into the investigation, Adam Reeves was found dead in his apartment. Like Morgan, he was seated facing the entrance, expression peaceful, with the same alkaloid in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key that matched no lock in his apartment, but fit perfectly into the hidden compartment in the Victorian. In his final email, sent to himself as if preserving a record, Reeves wrote, "The house doesn't trap you physically, it traps your perception. Morgan was right, the doors led where they've always led, but something makes you think you're going in circles. Once you realize the truth, you can leave any time, but by then you don't want to." The case officially remains open, classified as suspicious deaths under investigation. The Victorian has since been condemned, access restricted by authorities. Yet rumors persist of lights seen inside during certain nights and of visitors who enter but are never seen leaving. Some locals insist the house claims those who understand its secrets too well. Others believe Morgan and Reeves discovered something powerful and ancient, something that exists in the spaces between conventional reality. The truth remains as elusive as an exit in a house where all doors lead back to the beginning. Story 11. The coffee shop had been his routine for years, same table, same order, same silence. The barista knew his face, but no one knew his name. One day he didn't show up. When the police checked his usual seat, they found a wallet left behind. Inside was a driver's license with a photo, but no name, no address, just a blank space where his identity should have been. When they pulled security footage, they saw something impossible. He had walked in, he had sat down, but he had never left. Detective Sarah Mercer pressed her fingertips against the cold metal table as she reviewed the security footage again. The stranger, now referred to as John Doe in the case files, appeared normal on camera. Average height, unremarkable features, wearing a navy coat and carrying a worn leather messenger bag. Nothing about him stood out, which made his disappearance all the more unsettling. "Play it again," she instructed the tech specialist. The footage showed John entering the coffee shop during the morning rush. He ordered his usual black coffee, no sugar, and made his way to the corner table partially hidden by a decorative plant. He sat down, opened his bag, removed a notebook, and began writing. Occasionally, he would sip his coffee and look out the window. Then came the crucial moment. He placed his wallet on the table, stood up, and walked toward the restroom hallway. But he never returned to his table. He never exited through any door. He simply vanished. "And check the bathroom footage," Mercer said. "That's the thing," replied the specialist. "He never entered any bathroom. We've checked every camera angle. It's like he dissolved into thin air." Back at the station, Mercer spread the contents of the wallet across her desk. The driver's license photo matched their mystery man, but where personal information should have been, there were only blank spaces. The credit cards bore no names, just 16-digit numbers that, when run through the system, connected to no existing accounts. Cash in various denominations, neatly organized. A receipt from the coffee shop dated 3 days prior. And a single business card blank on both sides, except for a phone number printed in faint gray ink. When Mercer dialed the number, the line connected, but no one spoke. She could hear what sounded like paper rustling, perhaps pages turning. After 30 seconds, the call disconnected. The barista who had served John for years couldn't provide much information. He never talked much, always polite though, tipped well. I think he might have had an accent, but he spoke so softly it was hard to tell. "Did he ever meet anyone here, have conversations?" Mercer asked. "Never, always alone, always writing in that notebook." The notebook remained on the table alongside the abandoned wallet. Its pages contained line after line of what appeared to be code or ciphered text. Cryptographers from the department struggled to make sense of it. Some pages contained sketches, architectural drawings of buildings that matched no known structures in the area. Mercer assigned officers to canvass the neighborhood with photos of John Doe. No one recognized him. No missing persons reports matched his description. His fingerprints weren't in any database. It was as if he existed solely within the confines of that coffee shop. During her investigation, Mercer noticed something odd about the security footage. Each morning when John entered the shop, the time stamp on the camera would flicker momentarily. The tech specialist dismissed it as a system glitch, but Mercer wasn't convinced. She returned to the coffee shop and sat at his table. From this vantage point, she could see both the entrance and the hallway leading to the restrooms. Between them hung an antique mirror, its frame ornately carved with symbols similar to those in John's notebook. When the shop owner arrived, Mercer questioned him about the mirror. "That thing been here longer than I have, came with the building. Heavy as sin takes 2 men to move it." "Has it ever been moved for cleaning or redecorating?" "Not in my time, why?" Mercer approached the mirror, studying her reflection. The glass had a slight distortion to it, making the reflection seem deeper than it should be. She placed her hand on its surface, expecting cool glass, but instead felt an unusual warmth. The forensics team arrived to examine the mirror. When they removed it from the wall, they discovered a small hollow space behind it. Inside was a stack of identical wallets, each containing a driver's license with the same photo but blank information fields. Beside them sat a leather-bound journal filled with entries dating back decades. all written in the same hand as the notebook left on the table. The final entry read, "The experiment must end. They're getting closer. The window is closing." Investigators found fingerprints throughout the hidden space, all matching John Doe. Carbon dating of the earliest wallet suggested it was approximately 50 years old, yet the photo showed the same unaged face. The journal entries described what appeared to be experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference. References to crossing back and window points were scattered throughout. One paragraph stood out to Mercer: "The coffee shop serves as an anchor point, a place where realities intersect. The mirror acts as the gateway. When alignment occurs, passage becomes possible." As the investigation deepened, strange incidents began occurring around the coffee shop. Customers reported seeing their reflections move independently in the window glass. Several claimed to have spotted John Doe sitting at his usual table, though security cameras showed no one there. The break in the case came when an elderly woman contacted the police station asking about the investigation. She introduced herself as Margaret Keller, a former physicist who had worked on classified government projects. She recognized John Doe from the news reports. "His name was Daniel Weston," she explained. "He was a brilliant theoretical physicist who disappeared while working on an experimental project involving quantum mirror surfaces that could potentially allow matter to pass between parallel realities." Keller provided documents showing Weston had been presumed dead after a laboratory accident. The date of his disappearance matched the earliest entry in the journal found behind the mirror. "He believed our reality was just one of many existing simultaneously," Keller continued. "He theorized that certain locations served as weak points between these realities, places where someone could potentially cross over." Mercer returned to the coffee shop with this new information. The building, she discovered, stood on land that had once housed the very research facility where Weston had worked. The coffee shop had been built directly over the laboratory where he disappeared. The case reached its climax when Mercer, reviewing security footage alone late one night, noticed something on the recordings that previous viewings had missed. In the background, reflected in the mirror, John Doe Daniel Weston could be seen watching himself sitting at the table. Two versions of the same man existing simultaneously. When Mercer rushed to the coffee shop to re-examine the mirror, she found it shattered on the floor. Amidst the broken glass lay a final note written in the familiar handwriting: "The experiment is complete. The window is closed. Do not attempt to follow." The case of the man who didn't exist remains officially unsolved. The coffee shop closed shortly after the investigation, the building eventually demolished. Daniel Weston's body was never found. His notebooks and journals disappeared from the evidence room under mysterious circumstances. Detective Mercer resigned from the force soon after. Neighbors occasionally spot her sitting on her porch, writing frantically in a notebook identical to Weston's. On her wall hangs a fragment of an antique mirror, its surface sometimes appearing to ripple when no one is watching. Story 12. The town never mentioned the house at the edge of the woods. It stood alone, its windows blackened, its porch sagging under the weight of years. No one claimed to own it. No one could remember who built it. But when a group of hikers wandered too close, they saw something strange: names carved into the wooden siding, etched deep like warnings. At the bottom of the list, fresh and unweathered, was a name none of them recognized, until one of them whispered, voice trembling, "That's mine." The call came in during the night. Dispatch recorded it as a standard trespassing report. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the lead hiker who discovered his name carved into the abandoned house. The responding officers expected nothing more than teenage vandalism, perhaps a prank among friends. What they found instead defied explanation. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as darkness enveloped the forest. The beam of her flashlight cut through the shadows, illuminating the weathered facade of the structure. The names 27 in total ran vertically down the eastern wall. Some had faded with age, nearly invisible against the gray wood. Others remained sharp as if carved recently. And at the bottom, Mason Wright, the cut still bearing traces of fresh sawdust. "I've never been here before," Mason insisted, his breath forming clouds in the cold air. "I don't understand how anyone would know my name." The investigation began with background checks on every name listed. The results chilled the detective team to their core. Each name belonged to someone reported missing over the past 4 decades. Some cases had gone cold, others remained active. All shared one disturbing detail: the individuals had disappeared while hiking alone. Forensic analysts photographed each carving, noting the varying depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, corresponded to a missing persons case from 37 years prior. The case notes described a young woman who ventured into these woods and never returned. Search parties found nothing but a single hiking boot beside a stream. Detective Keller interviewed Mason extensively. His story remained consistent. He had no connection to the area beyond this hiking trip with 4 college friends. They had chosen the trail randomly, based on an online recommendation. Nothing about his background linked him to any of the other names on the wall. The investigation shifted focus to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group photographer, provided pictures taken throughout their hike. In reviewing the images, analysts noticed something disturbing. A blurred figure appeared in the background of 3 separate photos. The shape resembled a tall, thin man, always partially obscured by trees. "We never saw anyone else on the trail," Emily insisted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller ordered a search of the house interior. The structure appeared abandoned. Dust covered every surface. Furniture lay broken and scattered. Yet in the basement, officers discovered a disturbing scene. Personal items belonging to the missing hikers sat arranged in neat rows on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each labeled with a corresponding name from the wall outside. The evidence technicians worked methodically, documenting every item. Under ultraviolet light, blood patterns emerged on the concrete floor, years of stains that someone had attempted to clean. Ground-penetrating radar revealed no bodies buried beneath the house, yet cadaver dogs alerted repeatedly near the back of the property where the forest grew densest. As the investigation intensified, Detective Keller noticed unusual behavior from Mason Wright. He began reporting strange occurrences: whispers outside his apartment, footprints in fresh snow leading to his door but not away, figures watching from the street. The department assigned an officer to protect him, but Mason grew increasingly paranoid. The breakthrough came when researchers discovered land records buried in county archives. The house had belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors rarely saw him, describing brief encounters with an unnervingly tall, gaunt man who avoided conversation. Blackwood disappeared without trace 15 years ago, his disappearance never officially investigated. Detective Keller obtained a warrant to search deeper into the surrounding forest. The search team discovered a network of crude hunting blinds strategically positioned along popular hiking paths. Inside one, they found a journal containing meticulous observations, descriptions of hikers, their routes, equipment, and patterns. The handwriting matched samples from Victor Blackwood's few existing documents. The journal entries grew increasingly disturbing over time. Early pages detailed hunting techniques for animals. Later entries described humans as prey, their habits, vulnerabilities, and methods for their collection. The final pages contained detailed accounts of stalking each victim on the wall, including elaborate descriptions of how he selected his targets. The manhunt for Blackwood mobilized across multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scanned the forest. Tactical teams methodically searched every cave and ravine, yet no trace of the suspect emerged. Mason Wright stopped answering his phone. Officers dispatched to his apartment found the door unlocked, the rooms empty. On his bedroom wall, freshly carved, was a single line: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The search for Mason continued for weeks without success. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's house, forensic technicians made a horrifying discovery. Hidden behind a false wall in the basement, they found a small workshop containing woodworking tools, jars of wood preservatives, and a freshly carved piece of wood bearing a new name not yet mounted to the exterior wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the lead forensic technician who had processed the house during the initial investigation. The technician had called in sick that morning and couldn't be reached by phone. Authorities established a continuous surveillance perimeter around the house. Camera systems recorded every approach. Motion sensors monitored for intrusions. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors triggered an alert. Security footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, impossibly tall and thin, moving with unnatural grace. The figure approached the house directly, seemingly unconcerned about the surveillance. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras briefly lost connection. When the system recovered, the figure had vanished. The house remains under constant surveillance today. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never found. The investigation continues, with new resources allocated as similar disappearances are reported in other forested regions. The names on the wall have become legendary among criminal investigators. Some officers refuse to speak them aloud, others avoid the case entirely. And local hikers now give the house a wide berth, afraid that speaking of it might somehow add their names to that terrible list, the names no one speaks. Story 13. The old box was buried under decades of junk in the attic, a forgotten relic of the house's previous owners. Inside were faded Polaroids, mostly of birthdays and family gatherings, normal, innocent, until she reached the last photo. It was taken in her living room, the same couch, the same curtains, but the family sitting there wasn't hers, and behind them, barely visible in the dim light, was a man standing in the hallway watching. Rebecca felt a chill creep up her spine as she studied the photograph. Her fingers trembled slightly, causing the edges of the Polaroid to vibrate. The family in the image, a woman with honey blonde hair, a man with thick glasses, and 2 children, smiled at the camera, unaware of the figure lurking in the shadows behind them. Their expressions frozen in a moment of happiness while danger stood just feet away. She carried the photo downstairs, the wooden steps creaking beneath her weight. The house had always felt too big, too empty since she'd moved in 4 months ago, but now it felt suffocating. Rebecca placed the photograph on her kitchen counter and stared at it under the harsh fluorescent light. The similarity was undeniable: the archway leading to the hallway, the distinctive crown molding, the bay window that let in the morning sun. This was her house, but these people were strangers. The detective arrived wearing a weathered leather jacket that had seen its fair share of crime scenes. Detective Morgan had deep-set eyes that missed nothing, scanning the photograph with methodical precision. He ran a gloved finger along the edge of the Polaroid, flipping it over to examine the blank back. "The family that sold you this house, the Nelsons, how much do you know about them?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. "Almost nothing," Rebecca admitted. "The sale went through a realtor. They had already moved out of state." Morgan nodded, his expression giving nothing away. "Mind if I take this? Our team might be able to identify the family in the photo." The investigation began quietly. Rebecca learned the Nelsons had purchased the house from a family named Crawford. The Crawfords had lived there for 7 years before moving suddenly. Before them, the Mornos had owned the property for nearly a decade. Detective Morgan worked backwards through property records, interviewing former neighbors and building a timeline of occupants. The break came unexpectedly. A former mail carrier recognized the family in the photo. "That's the Sutherlands," he said with certainty. "They lived in that house for only about a year, then they just disappeared. Mail piled up for weeks before being returned. Everyone assumed they moved without telling anyone." The Sutherland family had vanished without a trace. 4 people gone, no change of address, no records of enrollment in new schools for the children. Their cars were never found, bank accounts untouched, as if they had simply ceased to exist. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to approximately 15 years earlier. The technician pointed to small details in the image: the distinctive pattern of dust particles in the air, the unnatural stillness of the subjects. "This was taken with a timer," she explained. "See how they're all positioned perfectly? Someone set up the camera and then had to rush into position." But if the Sutherlands had set up the camera themselves, who was the figure in the hallway? Enhanced imaging revealed more details about the shadowy presence. Tall, male, wearing what appeared to be dark clothing. His face remained obscured, but his posture suggested he was watching intently. He stood perfectly still, as if he belonged there, as if he had every right to be in that house. Detective Morgan discovered a pattern. Before the Sutherlands, another family had lived in the house for exactly 1 year before disappearing, and before them, another. 5 families over a span of 5 years, all vanishing without explanation, always after exactly 1 year of residency. Rebecca had been in the house for 4 months. The investigation uncovered building records from decades earlier. The house had been built by a renowned architect with a sterling reputation, but the project manager had disappeared near completion. His replacement, a man named Samuel Whitfield, had finished the job. Police archives contained a single photograph of Whitfield, a tall, slender man with hollow cheeks and penetrating eyes. When digitally aged and compared to the figure in the Polaroid, the match was undeniable. But Samuel Whitfield had reportedly died in a construction accident shortly after the house was completed. His body was never recovered from the collapsed foundation of another building site. The basement became the focus of the investigation. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the concrete floor, inconsistencies in density that shouldn't have been there. When the jackhammers broke through the surface, the smell hit them first. Beneath layers of concrete and soil, they found them, not just the Sutherlands, all of them. every missing family perfectly preserved in the cool, dry earth. Among their possessions was a camera, the same camera that had taken the Polaroid found in the attic, and dozens more photographs, each showing a different family, smiling, unaware of the figure watching from the shadows. The house was sealed off as a crime scene. Rebecca would never return. As investigators cataloged evidence, they discovered a crawl space in the attic, hidden behind a false wall. Inside was a small cot, photography equipment, and a journal filled with meticulous observations of the families who had lived there. The final entry was dated just 3 days earlier. "The new one is different. She found my photograph too soon. I'll need to accelerate my timeline." Rebecca moved to a hotel under police protection. Her phone rang during the night, waking her from a fitful sleep. When she answered, there was only the sound of breathing, then a click, followed by the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera ejecting a photo. The investigation continues to this day. The house stands empty, its windows dark, its secrets not fully revealed. No one has been able to locate Samuel Whitfield, if that was ever his real name. Some investigators believe he died decades ago, while others insist he simply moved on to a new location, a new identity, a new house. And somewhere in a darkened room, photographs are developing new families, new homes, new watchers in the shadows. The only certainty is that those who seek the truth about the man in the photograph are now being watched themselves. Story 14. The new tenants thought it was just peeling wallpaper, but as they stripped it away, the layers beneath told a different story. Scrawled in ink over and over was a name, the same name filling every inch of the wall, written in frantic, uneven script. It wasn't the name of the previous owners. It wasn't in any of the records, but when they searched it online, they found a single result, a missing persons case from decades ago. And the worst part, the woman in the photo looked exactly like the one who had sold them the house. Michael and Sarah Klein never intended to renovate the Victorian-era home immediately. The charming old residence came at a surprisingly reasonable price, and the previous owner, a quiet, elegant woman with silver-streaked dark hair, had seemed eager to sell, mentioning she was relocating across the country. The couple had been drawn to the home's character, its ornate woodwork and high ceilings telling stories of another era. It started with a simple water stain in the master bedroom. Sarah noticed a yellowish discoloration spreading across the floral wallpaper. When Michael pressed his fingers against it, the paper gave way, revealing another layer beneath. Curiosity piqued. They began carefully peeling back the damaged section. The first layer revealed outdated paisley patterns from what they guessed was the 1970s. Beneath that, striped paper from an earlier decade. But as they continued, something unexpected emerged in the third layer down. Writing, dark ink against faded beige paper. Not random scribbles, but a name, Alina Winters, written over and over, the handwriting becoming increasingly desperate and erratic across the wall. "Who's Alina Winters?" Sarah whispered, her fingers tracing the manic script. The discovery unsettled them both. That night, Michael sat at their kitchen island, laptop open, searching property records. The house had changed hands several times over the decades. No Alina Winters appeared in any documentation. The woman who sold them the house was listed as Margaret Cavendish. Sarah joined him, coffee mug in hand. Try searching just the name. The internet search yielded sparse results until they found an archived newspaper article, digitized from microfiche. Alina Winters, age 27, reported missing during winter months. The black and white photograph showed a young woman with dark hair and distinctive eyes that matched those of Margaret Cavendish, the woman who had sold them the house. "This article is from 30 years ago," Michael said, voice barely audible above the hum of the refrigerator. "Margaret would be about the right age now, but—" Sarah swallowed hard. The missing woman never had closure. No body found, no suspects named. Their curiosity evolved into an obsession. Sarah contacted the previous homeowners, working backward through county records. The renovation halted as they devoted evenings to their makeshift investigation. They learned that Margaret Cavendish had owned the house for only 7 months before selling to them, unusual considering the extensive paperwork and inspection process they'd endured. The detective assigned to the cold case had retired years ago. When Michael tracked him down, the man remembered the case immediately. His voice crackled over the speakerphone as he described the investigation. Eleanor Winters was reported missing by her roommate. No signs of struggle at her apartment. Her car found abandoned near the highway. The case went cold fast, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play, just vanished. Michael hesitated before asking, "Did you ever interview a Margaret Cavendish?" Silence hung heavy on the line. Number name doesn't ring a bell. Why? When they explained their discovery and showed him photos of both women side by side via email, the retired detective promised to make some calls. Within days, a detective from the current force contacted them, requesting permission to examine the wall. Their home became an active investigation scene. Forensics teams carefully documented and removed sections of the wallpaper. Analysis revealed that the ink dated back approximately 30 years. Handwriting experts compared the wall writings to samples of Eleanor's handwriting from old journals provided by her family. The results were inconclusive. Meanwhile, Sarah discovered a hidden space beneath the floorboards in the bedroom closet. Inside lay a driver's license belonging to Eleanor Winters, alongside several other identification cards bearing different names. All featured the same face with subtle variations: hair color, glasses, expressions. The final ID, Margaret Cavendish, matched their home cellar. When police attempted to locate Margaret using the forwarding address she'd provided, they discovered it non-existent. Her phone number no longer worked. The bank account that received their payment had been closed. Margaret Cavendish had disappeared, much like Eleanor Winters had decades earlier. Then came the revelation that fundamentally altered the investigation. DNA analysis of hair strands recovered from deep within the wall cavity matched Eleanor Winters. But fingerprints lifted from the writing itself matched another profile entirely, one belonging to a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, who had been committed to a mental institution shortly after Eleanor's disappearance. Rebecca Eldridge had been diagnosed with severe dissociative identity disorder. She had escaped from the institution multiple times over the years. Her medical records revealed something chilling. One of her documented alternate personalities called herself Eleanor. The investigation uncovered that Rebecca had been Eleanor's childhood friend, obsessed with her to the point of emulation. When Eleanor rejected her increasingly disturbing advances, something in Rebecca fractured. She had taken Eleanor's identity literally and figuratively and created an elaborate web of personalities to maintain the illusion. The scrawled name represented Rebecca's desperate attempt to maintain her grip on reality, to remember who she truly was beneath the assumed identities. The wall had become both confession and prison, a physical manifestation of her fractured psyche. Sarah and Michael watched from their front porch as forensic teams excavated specific sections of their backyard, guided by ground-penetrating radar that had detected anomalies beneath the surface. The cold case had suddenly become very warm. The remains recovered from beneath the garden belonged to Alina Winters. Rebecca Eldridge, known to Michael and Sarah as Margaret Cavendish, was eventually apprehended attempting to cross the border with yet another identity. When confronted with evidence, the personality presenting as Margaret collapsed, and another emerged, one who confessed to killing Alina in a jealous rage. The names on the wall had been both memorial and manifestation of guilt, written by a fractured mind trying to hold onto fragments of truth despite itself. For Alina's family, justice arrived 3 decades late. For Michael and Sarah, their dream home became infamous, a footnote in true crime history, forever known as the house where the walls themselves confessed to murder. Story 15. The old library was set to be demolished. The workers were nearly done when one of them stumbled upon a hidden latch in the bookshelf. With a soft click, the entire case swung open, revealing a narrow passage leading to a hidden room. The air inside was thick, untouched for decades. There was no furniture, just a chair in the center, bolted to the floor. And on the wall, scratched over and over, the same phrase repeated, "I am still here." The construction foreman radioed for the police. What began as a routine demolition quickly transformed into something far more sinister. The responding detective, Morgan Walsh, had seen his share of unusual crime scenes during his 20 years on the force, but nothing quite like this. He stood in the doorway, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the disturbing message that covered the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh instructed the officers, his voice echoing in the confined space. "No one touches anything until forensics arrives." The history of the building painted an intriguing background. The library had been privately owned by the Harrington family, prominent figures in the community who had donated the building to the public after the unexplained disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished during her final year of college, leaving behind no trace except her abandoned car found near the woods. The case had gone cold despite extensive searches and interviews. The prevailing theory suggested she had run away to start a new life, though her family never accepted this explanation. They had insisted something more sinister had occurred. As forensic technicians carefully examined the hidden room, they discovered hair and fiber samples embedded in the chair. The scratches on the wall contained minute traces of blood and skin cells under the layers of dust. Initial testing indicated the biological material was consistent with a young female. The chair was designed to restrain someone, the forensic analyst noted, pointing to the bolt holes and weathered leather straps still attached to the arms. Whoever was kept here struggled intensely. Walsh assembled a team to dive into the Harrington family history. Something about the timing of the library donation nagged at him. It had been gifted to the community merely weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, a peculiar coincidence that now seemed potentially significant. Further investigation revealed another disturbing detail. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor who had worked exclusively for Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records showed substantial payments to this contractor, far exceeding standard renovation costs. Former library staff were interviewed, each expressing shock at the discovery. None had known about the hidden space, though one elderly librarian recalled Maxwell spending countless hours alone in that section of the building after hours. She had assumed he was merely an avid reader seeking privacy. Maxwell always insisted that particular section remain untouched during renovations, she told investigators. He claimed the original woodwork was historically significant and irreplaceable. The investigation intensified when forensic results confirmed the DNA from the hidden room matched samples from Rebecca's hairbrush recovered from her old bedroom. The timeline became clearer and more disturbing. Rebecca had not run away. She had been imprisoned behind the bookshelf, potentially by someone within her own family. Detectives obtained a warrant to search the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's study, they discovered a leather-bound journal hidden in a false bottom drawer. The journal contained detailed entries spanning several months, describing an unhealthy obsession with his niece. The final entry was the most chilling. She threatened to tell everyone, "I cannot allow that. The room will hold her until she understands." Investigators tracked down Maxwell, now living in a coastal retirement community. During questioning, he maintained his composure initially, dismissing the hidden room as an architectural curiosity he knew nothing about. But when presented with the journal and DNA evidence, his fa-de crumbled. She was going to ruin everything, he finally admitted, his voice flat and emotionless. Rebecca discovered financial documents proving I had been embezzling from the family foundation for years. The family name meant everything. I couldn't let her destroy it. The confession painted a horrific picture. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, subdued her, and imprisoned her in the hidden room. He had planned to keep her there until she agreed to silence, but something went wrong. During one of his visits, Rebecca had attempted to escape. In the struggle that followed, he had killed her. "I panicked," Maxwell stated during his recorded confession. "I buried her beneath the floorboards of the room and sealed it shut. Then I donated the building to ensure no one would ever renovate that section." Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains beneath the floor of the hidden room. Excavation revealed Rebecca's skeletal remains, still wearing the silver bracelet her parents had given her for her 20th birthday. The Harrington family attended Maxwell's sentencing, watching in somber silence as justice was finally delivered. Rebecca's mother clutched her daughter's recovered bracelet, the only piece of her they could bury properly after all these years. The library demolition was halted indefinitely as it became a site for mourning and reflection. Community members left flowers at the entrance, honoring a life cut short and a truth that had waited patiently behind a bookshelf to be discovered. In a sad twist of irony, it was Rebecca who had the final word. Her message, "I am still here," scratched desperately on the walls, had indeed ensured she would never be forgotten, and that justice, however delayed, would eventually find its way to the light. Story 16. The Polaroid was decades old, a snapshot of a birthday long forgotten. Smiling faces, candles flickering, nothing unusual. But when the daughter inherited the box of old photos, she saw it. A shape in the background behind the group, a man half hidden in shadow standing just outside the glow of the candles. He wasn't part of the family. No one remembered him being there, yet in every photo he was closer. Sarah Winters found the collection while cleaning out her mother's attic after the funeral. A cardboard box labeled simply "Memories" contained dozens of faded photographs chronicling family gatherings from her childhood. The discovery should have been comforting, a treasure trove of happier moments. Instead, it became the starting point of a nightmare. In the first photo, he was barely perceptible, a silhouette at the edge of the frame during her 7th birthday party. The dark figure stood near the sliding glass door, face obscured, watching. In the second photo, taken minutes later, he had moved inside. By the third, he stood behind her uncle. No one in the photos seemed aware of his presence. Sarah called her father, voice trembling as she described the discovery. "Dad, who is this man in the background of all these pictures?" Silence greeted her question, then a sharp intake of breath. "What man? There shouldn't be anyone but family." She took digital photos of the Polaroids and sent them to her father. He called back immediately, his voice uncharacteristically shaken. "That's not possible. We would have noticed a stranger." Detective Marcus Reed listened patiently as Sarah spread the photographs across his desk at the precinct. Rain tapped against the windows, casting shifting shadows across the evidence. The detective's weathered hands moved methodically from one photo to the next, eyes narrowing. "And no one recognized this individual?" he asked, voice neutral but interested. "No one," Sarah confirmed, "but look at the progression." She arranged the photos in sequence. The detective leaned forward, the metal chair creaking beneath his weight. What had initially seemed like paranoia suddenly took shape before his eyes. The figure moved deliberately through the party, photo by photo, inching closer to the children. In the final image, he stood directly behind Sarah's childhood self, one pale hand reaching toward her shoulder, just beyond the frame. "The photographer," Reed suggested, but his tone betrayed doubt. "My mother took all these." She set the timer and ran into the frame. The detective made copies and opened a case file. Within days, he had contacted everyone still alive who had attended the party. No one remembered the man. No servers had been hired. No neighbors had visited. The property had been remote, a countryside rental specifically chosen for privacy. Facial recognition software proved useless. The figure remained strategically obscured in each shot, as if aware of the camera's eye. Yet something about his posture seemed practiced, deliberate. The investigation might have stalled there had Sarah not discovered more photos in other family albums. Different gatherings, different years, same figure, always in the background, always unnoticed in the moment. A computer specialist enhanced the images, cleaning decades of degradation. Under harsh digital light, details emerged, a scar across the wrist, a distinctive ring, a partial reflection in a window showing facial features previously hidden in shadow. The breakthrough came from dental records. The teeth visible in one enhanced image matched those of Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who had disappeared after being questioned in connection with 3 child abductions across the region. Cases that had gone cold decades ago. Cases that had occurred within weeks of the gatherings documented in the photos. Records showed Keller had worked for the company that cleaned the vacation property where Sarah's birthday was held. He had master keys to several rental properties throughout the area, properties where other families had gathered, properties where children had later vanished. When authorities searched the foundations of Keller's former residence, they discovered small items buried beneath the concrete. A hair clip matching the description of one worn by a missing girl, a toy car belonging to a boy who disappeared after a family reunion. a bracelet that Sarah recognized as her own one she thought had been lost during her childhood. Sarah sat alone in her apartment, surrounded by the photos that had unraveled decades of carefully concealed horrors. The detective had called earlier with news that they had identified remains found near one of the vacation properties. DNA confirmed it was one of the missing children. She stared at the final birthday photo. The candles cast a warm glow on the faces of her family, frozen in celebration. Behind her younger self, partially concealed by shadow but unmistakably present, the figure watched, patient, calculating, invisible to everyone in that moment of joy. The revelation had connected unsolved cases across decades. Families finally had answers, though not the ones they had prayed for. The shadow in the family photos had stepped into the light of justice, his presence finally acknowledged after years of hiding in plain sight. Sarah gathered the photos and placed them back in the box. They were evidence now. Proof that sometimes the most dangerous threats are those captured on film, but unseen by the eye-hidden figures who move through celebrations undetected, leaving only the faintest trace of their passage through frozen moments of time. Story 17. The wooden plank came loose when she stepped on it, just a small shift, but enough to catch her attention. She crouched down, running her fingers along the edges, feeling the gap. The floor wasn't solid, it was hiding something. With careful hands, she pried up the boards, revealing a dark, narrow space beneath the house. At first, she saw nothing but dust and cobwebs. Then, as her eyes adjusted, she realized there was something down there. A mattress, a chair. And in the corner, a tattered notebook, filled with pages of a name, her name written over and over again. Detective Morgan Reed stood behind Sarah Coleman as she stared into the darkness beneath her newly purchased home. The terror in her eyes reflected something deeper than just finding a hidden room. It was the violation of safety, the intrusion of something sinister into what should have been her fresh start. "Don't touch anything else," Detective Reed instructed, her voice calm but firm. She clicked on her flashlight, illuminating more of the concealed space. The beam revealed walls covered with photographs, surveillance photos of Sarah walking to her car, entering buildings, talking with friends, a shrine to obsession that had existed right beneath her feet. Sarah had purchased the small cottage from the estate of an elderly man named Walter Green, who had died without any known relatives. The property had been vacant for several months before going on the market. The real estate listing had described it as charming and in need of minor renovations. No one had mentioned anything unusual during the inspections or sale. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah whispered. "The neighbors said he kept to himself. I thought that basement access was sealed off decades ago. That's what the inspection report said." The crime scene investigators arrived, their equipment cases thudding against the wooden floors as they entered. They photographed everything, cataloged evidence, and eventually extracted the mattress, chair, and notebook from the hidden chamber. Forensic analysts later discovered countless fingerprints throughout the space, all belonging to Walter Green. What disturbed investigators most was the timeline they pieced together. Based on utility records and dated photographs in the chamber, Walter had been watching Sarah for at least 3 years before his death. He had attended the same community events, shopped at the same grocery store, and even patronized the cafe where she sometimes worked. Yet Sarah had no recollection of ever meeting or noticing him. This level of fixation typically escalates, the department psychologist explained during a briefing. The subject moves from fantasy to planning, The hidden room suggests he was preparing for something more direct. Detective Reed's investigation took an unexpected turn when she interviewed Walter's former coworker from the maintenance department at the local shopping center. The man seemed nervous, fidgeting with his wedding band throughout their conversation. Walter talked about her sometimes, he admitted. Said she reminded him of someone. I thought it was just an old man with a crush. I never thought. He trailed off, staring at his hands. Did he ever mention any plans involving her? Reed pressed. Not exactly plans, but he had this thing he'd say about how she belongs with me. I thought it was just talk. Reed obtained a warrant to search Walter's workplace locker, which had remained untouched since his death. Inside, they found a key that didn't match any locks in Walter's home. The serial number led them to a storage unit registered in his name. The metal door of the unit rolled upward with a grating sound. Inside, neatly arranged, was furniture that matched Sarah's old apartment replicas of her bed, her desk, even her living room couch. Walter had created a perfect copy of her living space, down to the throw pillows and wall art. A mannequin with a wig matching Sarah's hairstyle sat at the replica desk. Most disturbing of all was the calendar marked with a date just 1 week after Walter's unexpected death from a heart attack. The date was circled in red with a single word written across it: together. The investigation uncovered that Walter had been institutionalized in his youth after becoming obsessed with a female teacher. His records indicated treatment for erotomania, a delusion where the subject believes another person is in love with them despite evidence to the contrary. Walter had been released and lived decades without incident until something about Sarah triggered his old patterns. At the police station, Reed spread crime scene photos across the conference table. He died believing they had some special connection. In his mind, they were destined to be together. Could she have encountered him somewhere, something that sparked this fixation? Another detective asked. Reed shook her head. Nothing we can find. Sometimes these obsessions don't need much. A smile from a stranger. Eye contact that lasts a second too long. For someone with his history, that could be enough. Sarah decided to sell the house, unable to feel safe there again. During final walkthrough with her realtor, she stood in the living room, arms wrapped around herself. I keep thinking about what would have happened if he hadn't died when he did, she said quietly. If I hadn't noticed that loose floorboard, how long would I have lived here, not knowing he was watching me, not knowing what was hidden beneath my feet? The case was officially closed after Walter's death, classified as stalking with intent to abduct, though the abduction never occurred. The psychological evaluation of the evidence suggested that Walter had planned to confine Sarah in either the hidden room or the storage unit. Sarah moved far away, changing her daily routines and becoming more cautious about her personal information. Detective Reed occasionally checked on her, a silent acknowledgement of how closely Sarah had come to becoming another statistic, another victim. The cottage eventually sold to a young couple who knew nothing of its history. The hidden room was properly sealed, the floorboards replaced, life continued. But for those who knew the truth, the story of the room beneath the floor served as a chilling reminder of dangers that sometimes lurk unseen, of monsters who die before they can be caught, and of victims who never know how close they came to their own endings. Story 18. The old apartment had its quirks, pipes that groaned, floorboards that creaked, but the new tenant knew what she heard wasn't normal. The footsteps were too steady, too deliberate. They came from above, slow and measured, but she lived on the top floor. One night she worked up the courage to knock on the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound stopped, the silence stretched. Then a single knock came back from inside the ceiling. Sarah Coleman never reported the knocking incident to anyone. She convinced herself it was just the building settling, or perhaps some small animal that had found its way into the attic space. Even as the footsteps continued night after night, she adapted, turning up her television volume, wearing headphones to bed, anything to drown out the methodical footfalls that traced paths across her ceiling in the darkness. Detective Morris first heard about the apartment when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a hidden crawlspace during routine repairs. The worker had removed a section of drywall in the hallway outside Sarah's apartment to fix a water leak. Behind it, he discovered a narrow passage that shouldn't have existed according to the building plans. When he shined his flashlight inside, the beam illuminated a makeshift living space, food wrappers, water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small notebook. The building superintendent called the police immediately. Detective Morris arrived with his partner, Detective Rivera, to find the maintenance worker pale and shaking. "Someone's been living in the walls," he kept repeating. "Someone's been watching." The notebook contained detailed observations of Sarah Coleman, her schedule, her visitors, what she ate for dinner, what shows she watched, when she showered, when she slept. The handwriting started out neat but grew increasingly erratic toward the final pages, with bizarre symbols appearing in the margins. "The subject no longer responds to my signals," read the final entry. "She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensics teams combed the crawl space and found fingerprints that matched no records in any database. They discovered a complex network of passages built into the walls and ceilings of the building, some dating back decades according to structural analysis. The passages connected to 5 different apartments, but ended in viewing points, small holes disguised as fixtures or minor damage in only one, Sarah Coleman's. The investigation team interviewed current residents. None reported anything unusual beyond the typical noises of apartment living. Former residents told a different story. 3 previous tenants of Sarah's apartment described feeling watched or hearing unexplained movements. One had moved out after only 2 weeks. None had reported their experiences, fearing they would sound paranoid. The break in the case came when forensics discovered microscopic blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces. DNA testing matched it to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had disappeared without explanation 4 years earlier. His family had filed a missing persons report, but the case had gone cold. He had lived in the apartment directly below Sarah's. Detective Morris re-examined Martin's disappearance. According to neighbors, Martin had complained about noises above his apartment. He had confronted the tenant living above him at the time, a quiet man named Edward who kept to himself. Shortly after, Martin vanished. Edward moved out the following month, leaving no forwarding address. Investigators tracked Edward's rental history and discovered a pattern. He had lived in 6 different apartment buildings over 20 years. In each case, he had requested top-floor units, made few social connections, and eventually left without notice. A neighbor from his 3rd residence remembered him as intense and recalled his frequent complaints about needing silence. The investigators found property records showing that Edward had purchased remote rural land. When they arrived at the location, they discovered a cabin with walls lined with photos and notes. Images of residents from various apartment buildings, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Maps of ventilation systems and structural weak points. Detailed journals describing observations of the specimens, and maintaining the habitat. In the center of the cabin stood a corkboard with newspaper clippings, missing persons reports, 6 of them, all former apartment residents from buildings where Edward had lived. Deep scratches marked the wooden floor beneath the board, as if something heavy had been dragged repeatedly. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs led investigators to a freshly disturbed patch of earth. Excavation revealed human remains, and then another grave, and another. As forensic anthropologists began the grim work of identifying the victims, Detective Morris returned to Sarah's apartment building. The crawl spaces had been sealed off, but residents still reported occasional noises. Maintenance workers installing new security systems discovered something tucked into a corner where the ceiling met the wall in the hallway, a small notebook, newer than the first one found. The first page contained only one line: "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The writing matched the previous notebook. The last page held a crude drawing of Sarah's apartment layout with a new passage marked in red and a date for that night. Officers rushed to evacuate Sarah, but found her apartment empty. Her phone lay on the kitchen counter. Her television was still on. Her shower was running. In the bathroom, steam fogged the mirror. As it cleared, a message became visible, written by a finger on the glass: "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed. The manhunt for Edward continues. Investigators have identified him as Edward Mercer, former construction worker specializing in renovations. His knowledge of building structures had allowed him to create his hidden network of observation points and passages. Thermal imaging scans of Sarah's building revealed no signs of current habitation within the walls. Sarah Coleman remains missing. Her case has been linked to similar disappearances across multiple states. Authorities have issued warnings to apartment building managers about unauthorized modifications and hidden spaces. The image that haunts Detective Morris most is not the graves or the journals or even the photos of unsuspecting residents. It's the thought of Sarah, night after night, hearing those footsteps above her in an apartment with no upstairs neighbor. The footsteps that stopped when she knocked and then knocked back. Sometimes at night, alone in his own home, Detective Morris finds himself looking up at his ceiling, listening, waiting, and wondering who else might be listening too. Story 19. It was a pocket dial, just static and muffled sounds. The operator almost ignored it until a voice cut through. A woman whispering frantically, "He's here." He then silence. The number led to an empty house, abandoned for years. No signs of forced entry, no disturbances. But in the dust-covered kitchen, the phone sat on the counter, screen glowing. The call had been made just minutes ago. Detective Morgan Reed pressed the playback button for the 5th time. The whisper haunted her, desperate, terrified, and impossible. The abandoned property had belonged to the Sullivan family before they relocated following a house fire that consumed most of the West Wing. Nobody had lived there since. The caretaker visited monthly and swore nobody had entered in years. "Background check on the number," Morgan asked her partner, Detective Walsh. "Registered to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter. She died 3 years ago in a car accident." Morgan stared at the evidence bag containing the phone. The case made no sense. A dead woman's phone making calls from an abandoned house. The dust on the counter had been disturbed only where the phone sat, as if it had materialized there. The forensic team found nothing useful. No fingerprints on the device except partial smudges that couldn't be identified. No footprints leading to or from the house. The doors remained locked, windows sealed. The recording became the centerpiece of their investigation, those 11 seconds of static, breathing, and 5 desperate words. Voice analysis confirmed it matched Catherine Sullivan's voice from old videos with 98% certainty. The timestamp showed the call occurred at the exact time Catherine had died 3 years prior, down to the minute. Morgan and Walsh interviewed everyone who knew Catherine. Her father, now remarried, seemed genuinely baffled. Her mother, living alone in a small apartment, broke down upon hearing the recording. "That's my Katie," she whispered. "She sounds so scared." Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her death, Mark Jennings, had an alibi for the night of the call. He was working a night shift at the hospital, verified by multiple witnesses and security footage. Besides, the house had been empty. The call couldn't have happened, yet it did. The investigation stalled until Morgan received a call from Catherine's mother. "I found something in her old things," she said, voice trembling. "Katie kept a journal, the last entry. You need to see this." The journal contained meticulous entries about Catherine's relationship with Mark. The loving beginning, followed by controlling behavior, isolation, and eventually fear. The final entry read, "He found out I'm leaving. He's furious. If anything happens to me, it wasn't an accident." Morgan confronted Mark again. His confident demeanor cracked under questioning about the journal. "You think I hurt Katie because of what she wrote? That's not evidence." "The accident report stated you were first on the scene," Morgan noted, "before emergency services. I was worried when she didn't arrive. I went looking for her. Her car went off a remote road. How did you know where to look?" His face paled. "I told you I was worried." Investigators revisited the accident scene. The car had been removed years ago, but Morgan ordered ground-penetrating radar of the area. They discovered something buried 20 feet from the crash site, Catherine's actual phone. The device they'd found in the house was her backup, kept at her parents' home. Forensic analysis of the buried phone revealed deleted texts between Catherine and her sister the night she died. "Mark found out I'm leaving him. He's following me in his car. And later, he's forcing me off the road." The medical examiner re-examined photographs from Catherine's autopsy. The injuries weren't consistent with the crash alone. There were defensive wounds on her hands, bruising patterns suggesting strangulation. When police arrived to arrest Mark, they found him gone. His apartment contained a shrine to Catherine photographs, belongings he'd stolen from her family, and newspaper clippings about her death. Among his possessions, they discovered an audio manipulation software and scripts showing how he'd created the ghost call by splicing Catherine's voice from old recordings. The call had been his twisted way of revisiting his crime, a game to confuse investigators and Catherine's still grieving family. The investigation expanded to other cases where Mark had worked as an emergency responder. 2 more suspicious deaths of young women emerged, both ruled accidents. Both had been in relationships with Mark. 6 days into the manhunt, officers spotted Mark's vehicle parked outside the Sullivan house. Inside, they found him sitting in the kitchen, staring at a phone identical to Catherine's. He offered no resistance during arrest. "She wouldn't stay quiet," he told Morgan during interrogation. "Even after I silenced her, she kept talking, kept accusing me. I needed everyone to hear her, to think she was still somewhere out there. A ghost can't testify against me." The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before finding Mark guilty of first-degree murder. As the verdict was read, Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her chest. Justice had finally arrived, not through supernatural means, but through the voice Catherine had left behind in her words, her fears documented in ink, her final desperate attempts to reach safety. The phone from the abandoned house now sits in the evidence locker. Sometimes officers swear they hear it ring, though its battery was removed long ago. Catherine's story lives on, not as a ghost tale, but as a reminder that victims find ways to speak, even when their voices have been silenced. Story 20. Renovations were always bound to uncover strange things, old newspapers, broken trinkets, forgotten photographs. But when the couple pulled up the floorboards, they didn't expect to find a letter folded neatly beneath the wood. The paper was brittle, the ink faded, but the message was clear: don't trust the one who knocked. Before they could react, 3 sharp raps echoed through the empty house. The discovery sent chills down their spines. Sarah and Michael had purchased the Victorian-era home at an estate auction, charmed by its ornate moldings and rich history. They never imagined their renovation project would unearth something so unsettling. Detective Alina Reed arrived with her partner, the floorboards still pulled up, exposing the dark cavity beneath. Her weathered hands, marked by years of handling evidence, carefully extracted the note using gloved fingers. The couple had touched it already unavoidable contamination. Reed studied their faces as they recounted the knocking sound. Their fear seemed genuine. Background checks revealed nothing suspicious about Sarah and Michael. Newlyweds, good credit, stable jobs. The house, however, had a more complex history. Previously owned by the Hargrove family for decades, it had been vacant for 2 years following the death of the last resident, Margaret Hargrove, an elderly widow who lived alone. Neighbors described Margaret as reclusive but pleasant. No known enemies, no suspicious circumstances around her death, natural causes, according to the coroner, yet something felt off. Forensic analysis dated the note to approximately 20 years earlier. The handwriting exhibited signs of distress. Pressure points suggested fear or urgency. Margaret would have been in her 60s then, living with her husband, Franklin, who had passed away 5 years before her. Reed expanded her investigation, digging through county records and interviewing former acquaintances of the Hargroves. Franklin had been respected in the community, a retired teacher with a passion for woodworking. Several pieces of his handcrafted furniture still remained in the house. A former student of Franklin's remembered him as kind but troubled during his final teaching years. He became paranoid, the student recalled, kept mentioning someone watching him. We all thought it was early dementia. The breakthrough came when Reed interviewed Margaret's sister, now living in a nursing home. Her memory faded in and out, but certain details remained sharp. Margaret was afraid of him near the end, she whispered. Not Franklin, no. The man who came knocking, the collector. Reed leaned forward, the collector. Franklin owed money, gambling debts. The man would come knocking. 3 times, always 3 knocks. Margaret wanted to sell the house to pay him off, but Franklin refused. Reed returned to the house, this time with a forensic team. They removed more floorboards, searching the crawl space methodically. The cadaver dogs found it first beneath the foundation, wrapped in plastic. A male skeleton, skull fractured in multiple places. Dental records confirmed it wasn't Franklin Hargrove. Franklin had been cremated, his ashes scattered according to his wishes. This was someone else, someone who had never been reported missing. Further excavation revealed more a wallet preserved inside the plastic. The ID inside belonged to Victor Mercer, known to police as a loan shark and collector for an illegal gambling operation. He had vanished 20 years ago without a trace. The case pieced itself together through forensic evidence and Margaret's diaries found hidden in the attic. Franklin had accrued substantial gambling debts. When Mercer came to collect with threats against Margaret, Franklin snapped. The workshop tools became weapons. The crawl space became a tomb. The note became a warning. Margaret had helped clean up, not out of malice, but out of fear and devotion. Her diaries revealed the torment she lived with afterward. I hear the knocking sometimes, even when nobody's there. 3 knocks, always 3. Franklin says it's my imagination. After Franklin died of a heart attack, Margaret lived alone in the house, never remarrying, never moving, keeping the secret beneath her feet. Her diary entries became increasingly paranoid. The knocking continues. I fear someone knows. The case was officially closed. The remains of Victor Mercer were returned to his remaining family. Justice, cold and delayed, had finally been served. Sarah and Michael sold the house, unable to live with its history. It remains vacant, the renovations abandoned. Local rumors claim that sometimes, in the dead of night, 3 distinct knocks can be heard echoing through the empty halls. Whether it's the settling of old wood or something more sinister remains unknown. The note remains in evidence storage, its message a chilling reminder. Don't trust the one who knocked. Margaret never specified whether she meant Mercer, Franklin, or perhaps someone else entirely, someone who had discovered their secret and used it to torment her in her final years. Some mysteries, Detective Reed noted in her final report, are never fully solved, even when we think we know the truth. Story 21. The apartment had been empty for months. The new tenants weren't expecting much when they moved in, just dust, maybe some forgotten furniture. But one door wouldn't budge. It was a closet locked from the inside. When the landlord finally forced it open, they expected old coats or junk. Instead, they found something chilling. The walls were covered in scratches, deep, uneven lines carved desperately into the wood. And in the corner, an old flip phone, its battery long dead, except for the single unread message still glowing on the screen. Detective Morgan Shaw had seen many disturbing scenes throughout her career. This one, however, made the hairs on her neck stand up. Not because of any blood or obvious signs of violence, but because of what those scratch marks implied. Someone had been trapped inside that small space, fighting, desperate. "We need forensics here now," she said to her partner, Officer Reed, who was already photographing the scratches, "and get me the previous tenant records." The message on the phone simply read, "I know what you did." The landlord, a nervous man with perpetually damp palms, claimed the previous tenant had moved out without notice, leaving behind rent. A young woman, quiet type, kept to herself, left maybe 6 months ago. His eyes darted around, avoiding the closet, never caused trouble. Forensics revealed multiple blood samples embedded in the wall scratches. Most matched a single person, presumably the previous tenant, Emma Caldwell, age 28, reported missing by her workplace when she stopped showing up. But 2 other DNA samples were found. One remained unidentified in the system. The other belonged to someone who had supposedly been dead for 2 years. "This can't be right," Shaw muttered, staring at the lab report. Derek Mercer, convicted of assault 5 years ago, had reportedly died in a car accident. His dental records had confirmed the identification. yet his DNA was fresh on the closet walls. Emma's apartment told a story of interrupted life. Mail piled up, unwashed coffee mug in the sink, bed neatly made. Her phone records showed a pattern, calls with her sister twice weekly until they suddenly stopped, and dozens of calls from an unknown number in the weeks before her disappearance. The sister says Emma mentioned a new boyfriend, Officer Reed reported. Never gave a name, just said he was intense and private. Surveillance footage from a convenience store near the apartment complex showed Emma entering her building one night, followed minutes later by a man in a baseball cap, face carefully angled away from cameras. The break came when forensics found partial fingerprints on the inside doorknob of the closet prints belonging to Derek Mercer. He faked his death, Shaw concluded. Question is why and what's his connection to Emma? The unidentified DNA sample led them to another missing persons case. Lynette Porter, who disappeared 3 years prior. Her case had gone cold, but her description matched a woman neighbors had seen visiting Emma's apartment several times. Shaw pieced it together while reviewing traffic camera footage. A car registered to Derek Mercer's mother was spotted near Emma's apartment building multiple times. The driver matched Derek's height and build. The investigation led to a remote property owned by Mercer's family. Behind heavy basement doors, they found Lynette Porter alive but severely malnourished, kept in conditions mirroring the closet where Emma had been trapped. He made me watch, she whispered, eyes vacant, said I needed to learn what happens to girls who try to leave. Evidence mounted, journals detailing Mercer's obsession with control, photographs of women who matched Emma and Lynette's appearance, and most damning video recordings of Mercer forcing Emma into the closet. She thought she could tell people about me, his voice said on the recording. About us, nobody reveals my secrets. The manhunt for Derek Mercer stretched across jurisdictions. While authorities searched, forensic psychologists constructed a profile that chilled investigators. Mercer didn't just want to kill, he wanted to create suffering, to watch hope drain away in confined spaces. When they finally captured him at a bus terminal, Mercer was carrying a new identity and ticket to a coastal destination. In his backpack, a roll of duct tape, a hunting knife, and a newspaper clipping about Emma's disappearance. During interrogation, Mercer maintained a calm, almost pleasant demeanor. She sent that text message herself, he said about the phone. She wanted someone to find her, but she didn't deserve rescue. The trial revealed the elaborate scheme Mercer had created to fake his death, using dental records from a homeless man who matched his physical description. For 2 years, he had lived under the radar, targeting women who resembled his first victim. Emma's body was never found. Forensic evidence suggested she had eventually died in that closet, scratching desperately at walls that would never yield. The message on the phone had been her last attempt to implicate her killer. She had texted it to herself from Mercer's phone while he slept, knowing her battery would preserve it when the phone eventually shut down. The jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning a guilty verdict on all counts. As the judge delivered a life sentence without possibility of parole, Mercer smiled slightly, as if the outcome satisfied some private logic only he understood. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter addressed the court. He locked us in small spaces because that's where his mind lives, trapped in darkness. but while he rots in his cell, I'll be standing in the sun. The case transformed department protocol for missing persons investigations, particularly focusing on relationship patterns and rental property searches. Detective Shaw kept the closet door from Emma's apartment mounted on her office wall, a reminder that sometimes the most terrifying crime scenes aren't covered in blood, but in the desperate marks of someone fighting to survive. Story 22. The package had no return label, no tracking number, just a cardboard box, slightly damp from the morning dew. It wasn't meant for her. Her address was right, but the name was wrong. She should have ignored it. Should have left it on the porch, but curiosity won. She peeled back the tape, expecting books, clothes, something harmless. Instead, inside was a VHS tape, a single sticky note attached. Watch alone. Sarah Miller stared at the black plastic rectangle resting in her palms. The weight felt wrong, somehow heavier than it should be, as if bearing the gravity of something forbidden. Her fingers traced the worn edges of the tape, feeling the small imperfections in the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the pressure marks of someone who pushed the pen too hard against paper, urgency in every stroke. The suburban neighborhood around her continued its mundane symphony, a dog barking in the distance, children playing somewhere beyond her fence, the mechanical hum of a lawnmower cutting through the morning air. Normal life carried on, unaware of what had just been delivered. Sarah brought the package inside, setting it on her kitchen counter while doubt crept into her mind. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, meant nothing to her. She had lived in the house for nearly 4 years and never received mail for anyone by that name. The previous owners had been the Johnsons, an elderly couple who moved to be closer to their grandchildren. Curiosity and unease battled within her as she glanced at her VCR, a relic she kept mostly for nostalgia. Something about the tape called to her a mystery wrapped in worn black plastic. Against her better judgment, Sarah slid the tape into the machine. Static filled the screen, at first white noise that gradually sharpened into focus. A dark room appeared, dimly lit by a single lamp. The camera angle was low, slightly askew, as if hastily placed. A man sat in a wooden chair, his face initially obscured by shadow. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man spoke, his voice quiet but steady. "If you're watching this, someone found you, which means they'll find me too." He leaned forward, revealing a face marked by sleepless nights and constant vigilance, deep-set eyes, several days of stubble, hair disheveled. "I didn't kill her, I need you to know that, but they found my fingerprints, my DNA, even though I never touched her." The camera shook slightly as Daniel adjusted it, revealing more of the sparse room, bare walls, minimal furniture, the temporary dwelling of someone prepared to leave at any moment. "They planted everything. The police report will say I knew her, that we argued, that witnesses heard us fighting. None of it's true. I never met Catherine Walsh until I saw her face on the news." His voice cracked slightly. "Dead, murdered in her home. And somehow my DNA was all over the crime scene." Detective Eliza Ramirez studied the identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth one to surface. 5 tapes, 5 different recipients, all with the same desperate message from Daniel Whitaker, a man officially listed as the primary suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder. A man who had vanished without a trace the day her body was discovered. The Walsh case had been straightforward at first. Young professional woman found strangled in her bedroom. No forced entry, signs of a struggle. DNA evidence pointing clearly to Whitaker, whose fingerprints were already in the system from a minor offense years earlier. Neighbors reported seeing a man matching his description near her home several times in the weeks before. Cell phone records placed him in the vicinity on the night of the murder. Open and shut until the tapes started appearing. The tapes complicate things, Detective Ramirez spoke into her recorder as she updated her case notes. Whitaker is either executing an elaborate misdirection or exposing something much darker. She reviewed her evidence board photos of Catherine Walsh smiling at a company event, the crime scene photos too disturbing to dwell on, maps showing the locations where the packages had been delivered, and in the center, Daniel Whitaker's driver's license photo. His eyes seemed to follow her, pleading. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Ramirez discovered Catherine Walsh had been involved in a whistleblower case against her employer, Pharmacorp, a powerful pharmaceutical company with government contracts. Walsh had discovered irregularities in their clinical trial data evidence that they had covered up serious side effects in a new drug rushing to market. She was going to testify, a former colleague whispered to Ramirez during an interview, constantly glancing toward the door. Catherine had documents, proof that executives knew about the problems and buried them. The trial was next week. The detective began noticing strange inconsistencies. The DNA evidence was almost too perfect, found in locations that made little logical sense for the crime. The witness testimonies about Whitaker seemed rehearsed, with identical phrasing across different statements. And most disturbing, security footage from nearby buildings mysteriously corrupted for the exact window of time surrounding the murder. Sarah Miller received a second package 3 days after the tape. This one contained documents, clinical trial reports, internal memos, email printouts, all from Pharmacorp, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital signature, all proving she had been right. The investigation shifted. Detective Ramirez connected with recipients of the other tapes, piecing together Whitaker's breadcrumb trail. He had worked IT security for a contractor that serviced Pharmacorp systems. He had never met Catherine, but he had seen her name flagged in an unusual security protocol he wasn't meant to access. They were monitoring her, Whitaker explained in a second tape that surfaced. I saw the surveillance orders in the system. They knew she was gathering evidence, and then I found myself locked out of the network. The next day she was dead, and somehow I became the killer. The case broke when Sarah Miller noticed something on her copy of the tape that others had missed. A reflection in a window behind Whitaker showed a row of storage units. Working with Detective Ramirez, they identified the location. Inside Unit 217, they found everything. Daniel Whitaker's journal documenting the conspiracy, the original files Catherine had collected, and most damning, detailed plans for framing Whitaker, written in the handwriting of Pharmacorp's head of security, a former police detective with access to evidence collection protocols. Justice arrived not in a dramatic arrest, but through the steady accumulation of evidence that could not be denied. 3 executives were indicted. The head of security confessed, accepting a deal to testify against his employers. The drug was pulled from market consideration. Daniel Whitaker emerged from hiding, gaunt and changed by his time as a fugitive. The charges against him were dropped, but the experience had marked him permanently. Sarah Miller met him once when he came to retrieve his tape. They spoke briefly on her porch, the same spot where his package had first arrived. "Why me?" she asked. "Why send it to my address?" He looked at her with tired eyes. "The algorithm chose you. I needed people with no connection to me or Catherine, people they wouldn't be watching. people who might still trust their own judgment when the news said I was guilty. The former suspect and the accidental witness stood in silence, contemplating how thin the line between justice and manufactured truth could be. Sarah finally spoke. The wrong address turned out to be exactly the right one. The VHS tapes were logged into evidence, physical reminders that sometimes the truth arrives in unexpected packages, bearing unfamiliar names, waiting for someone curious enough to look inside. Story 23. The apartment was old, the heating system groaned, the pipes rattled. It was nothing unusual. At least that's what she told herself until she heard it. A voice, faint but distinct, carried through the vents. It wasn't the usual murmurs of a neighbor on the phone. It was whispering, calling her name. She pressed her ear against the grate, heart pounding. A breath of cold air rushed past her cheek, and then softly, almost playfully, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood motionless in the center of the vacant apartment, her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover that had been pried from the wall. The forensics team worked methodically around her, cameras flashing as they documented the scene. The victim, Alina Reeves, had been missing for 7 days before the building manager noticed the smell. What they found inside the ventilation system defied explanation. She reported hearing voices through the vents, said Officer Patel, reading from his notepad. Building management dismissed her concerns, said the old heating system made strange noises. Shaw knelt beside the vent, noting the scratch marks around its edges. "These weren't made by tools," she murmured. The gouges in the metal were deep, frantic fingernails desperately trying to remove the cover from the inside. The victim had been popular, well-liked. A kindergarten teacher with a warm smile and a collection of houseplants that still thrived on her windowsill. Her students had made her cards when she didn't show up for work. Her sister had filed the missing persons report. She became paranoid in the weeks before her disappearance, the sister had explained during her interview. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Alina was convinced someone was watching her, speaking to her through the vents in her apartment. I thought it was stress from work. Shaw studied the apartment with new eyes, the perfectly made bed, the unwashed coffee mug in the sink, the chair positioned directly beneath the vent, as if someone had been sitting there listening. The forensics report revealed unexpected details. Fibers caught in the vent grating matched those from the victim's favorite cardigan. A partial fingerprint, not Alina's, was found on the inside of the vent cover. Most disturbing were the audio recordings recovered from Alina's phone. Shaw listened to them alone in her car, the rain drumming against the roof. Alina's voice came first, hesitant and frightened. "If you're real, say something." Silence stretched for 20 seconds before a response came, a whisper so faint Shaw had to turn the volume to maximum. "Alina, sweet Alina, let me in." The background check on the building yielded unsettling history. 7 tenants had vacated the apartment in the past decade, each breaking their lease early. 2 had filed complaints about noises in the walls. 1 had been treated for carbon monoxide poisoning, claiming hallucinations of voices calling from the vents. The building superintendent, a man named Harold Weber, had worked there for 15 years. His personnel file showed no red flags, though Shaw noted he possessed keys to every apartment. During questioning, he maintained an unnerving calmness. "The building makes noises," he said with a shrug. "People get spooked. Nothing supernatural about old pipes and settling foundations." But when Shaw asked about the previous tenants of apartment 4B, his demeanor shifted subtly. A tightening around the eyes, a slight tension in his shoulders. "I don't keep track of everyone who comes and goes," he replied, eyes fixed on a point beyond her shoulder. The investigation took an unexpected turn when forensics discovered a hidden access panel in Aliner's bathroom, concealed behind a loose tile. It connected to a narrow maintenance passage that ran between the walls, providing access to the ventilation system throughout the building. Inside this passage, they found a collection of items: a flashlight, a water bottle, food wrappers. Someone had been living within the walls, watching, listening, whispering. Shaw ordered a search of Weber's apartment. It was immaculate, almost sterile in its tidiness. Nothing out of place, nothing personal, until they checked his computer. The files were organized by apartment numbers. Inside folder 4B were hundreds of audio recordings, conversations, phone calls, the sound of Aliner singing in the shower, pictures taken through vents and tiny holes drilled in walls. A digital journal documented his relationship with her. "She hears me now," one entry read. "She listens for me, waits for me. Soon I will invite her into the walls with me." The most damning evidence came from a small storage unit rented under Weber's name. Inside, they discovered artifacts from previous tenants: jewelry, photographs, clothing preserved like trophies, a shrine to his connections with the people he watched. Weber was arrested trying to board a bus in the dead of night. He offered no resistance, only smiled serenely as the handcuffs closed around his wrists. "They all hear me eventually," he told Shaw during interrogation. "The building speaks to them through me." The coroner determined Aliner had been alive when she entered the ventilation system, likely coaxed in through the hidden passage. Sedative traces in her system suggested she was drugged. She had become disoriented in the maze of metal ducts, her oxygen depleting as she crawled deeper into the building's lungs, following the whispers that promised safety ahead. The families of former tenants came forward after the arrest. Some reported missing items. Others described loved ones who had become anxious, paranoid, convinced they were being watched. A pattern emerged spanning years: a predator hiding within the walls, selecting his victims, studying them, speaking to them through the vents until the whispers became their reality. At trial, Weber maintained an eerie composure. His attorney pursued an insanity defense, presenting psychological evaluations describing delusions of symbiosis with the building. The prosecution countered with evidence of meticulous planning: the modified vents, the carefully maintained passages, the detailed records of his victims' habits. The jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning their verdict: guilty on all counts. As Weber was led from the courtroom, he turned to Shaw with a smile that never reached his eyes. "They'll still hear me," he said. "The building remembers. The whispers never stop." The apartment building stands vacant now. Despite renovations, new owners, fresh paint, no one stays long. Residents report strange sounds from the vents, whispers in the walls, cold drafts that carry voices. The heating system groans, the pipes rattle. It's nothing unusual. At least that's what they tell themselves. Story 24. The current was slow that morning, the water glassy and still. The fisherman almost didn't notice the suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first he thought someone had dumped old clothes, but as he waded closer, the stench hit him thick, cloying, unmistakable. The case was wrapped in chains, its edges rusted from exposure. When authorities pried it open, they didn't find clothes. They found hair, fingers curled into a frozen grasp, and at the bottom a note, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer pressed her handkerchief to her nose as she surveyed the grim scene. The victim was female, mid-30s, with dark hair and pale skin now mottled from water exposure. The medical examiner worked methodically, documenting every detail before the body was removed. What struck Mercer most wasn't the method of disposal, but the care taken with the victim's appearance: nails manicured, hair recently styled, wearing expensive clothing. She wasn't killed here, Mercer noted, watching the water lap against the muddy shoreline. She was prepared, displayed. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a real estate agent known for selling high-end properties. Divorced, no children, she lived alone in an upscale neighborhood. Her colleagues described her as ambitious, meticulous, and private. She had been reported missing by her assistant when she failed to appear at an important showing with wealthy clients. She would never miss that appointment, the assistant insisted during questioning. That sale would have been her biggest commission ever. Investigators combed through Walsh's modernist home. Everything was pristine, almost too perfect. Designer furniture arranged just so, not a speck of dust on any surface. The refrigerator contained perfectly organized meals in identical containers, labeled by day. Her closet revealed clothing arranged by color, shoes in protective bags. The anomaly was in her home office, a drawer slightly ajar. Inside, investigators found a leather-bound journal. The last entry read, "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." Digital forensics revealed something curious in Walsh's email: dozens of messages from unknown accounts. All contained the same phrase, "I see your perfection," all sent at exactly the same time on different days. Her browser history showed repeated searches for home security systems and personal protection devices. Detective Mercer connected these findings with evidence from the crime scene: the careful arrangement of the body, the presentation. "Our killer is methodical," she told her partner. "This wasn't rage, this was ritual." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A local pawnshop owner recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace, missing from her personal effects. The man who'd pawned it was a regular Michael Linden, a quiet, unremarkable maintenance worker. Surveillance footage showed Linden entering Walsh's building multiple times over several months, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times without. Always during times when she would be away showing properties. When detectives searched Linden's modest apartment, they found the walls covered with photos of Walsh and other women, all similar in appearance, all taken without their knowledge. Some were crossed out with red marker. Walsh was the third. Behind a false wall in his closet, investigators discovered a shrine. Items belonging to each victim laid out with precision: a brush with strands of hair, lipstick-stained tissues, receipts, keys. Each collection contained a small notebook detailing daily routines, preferences, habits. The interrogation room felt cold when Linden was brought in. With his neat appearance and soft-spoken manner, he seemed incapable of violence. Yet when confronted with evidence, his demeanor never changed. "They were imperfect," he finally said, voice flat. "They presented themselves as flawless, but I saw through it. Catherine's left desk drawer was always disorganized. She missed a spot when she applied her lipstick. Her perfection was a lie." The search for the first two victims mentioned in his note led investigators to remote areas where two more suitcases were recovered. Both contained women with similar appearances to Walsh, both real estate agents who marketed themselves as having perfectionist attention to detail. During his trial, Lyndon sat motionless, his expression blank as prosecutors detailed his methods. He had stalked each woman for months, learning their routines, entering their homes, studying their lives. When he finally took them, he corrected what he perceived as their flaws, washing and styling their hair, applying makeup with precision, dressing them in their finest clothes before ending their lives. The families of the victims watched in silence as the judge delivered a life sentence without possibility of parole. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, but questions lingered. What triggered Lyndon's obsession with these particular women? What perceived imperfection in himself was he trying to erase through these acts? The river continued its slow journey downstream, waters eventually clearing of all evidence. But in the precinct on Mercer's desk sat copies of those chilling notebooks, reminders that behind closed doors, in seemingly ordinary lives, darkness sometimes lurks beneath the surface. And sometimes the most dangerous predators are those hiding in plain sight, watching, waiting for a single flaw to reveal itself. Story 25. The costume shop was closing down, selling off old inventory. A woman picked up a mask from a dusty shelf, its features delicate but unsettlingly lifelike. The cashier hesitated when she placed it on the counter. "That's not ours," he muttered. Confused, she checked the tag. There wasn't one. Shrugging, she took it home. That night she woke up to a soft sound, a whisper of fabric shifting. The mask was no longer on the dresser where she had left it. It was sitting on her nightstand, facing her. The woman, Catherine Reed, was found by her neighbor. The front door stood ajar, morning light spilling across the threshold into the otherwise dark home. The neighbor had come to return a borrowed book, but instead discovered a scene that would haunt investigators for years. Catherine lay motionless on her bedroom floor, the mask nowhere to be found. Detective Morgan arrived as forensics photographed the scene. The shutters clicked rhythmically against the backdrop of hushed voices. No signs of forced entry, an officer noted, writing in his notepad. The detective nodded, gaze traveling across the room, taking in details others might miss. A single drawer partially open, a water glass on the nightstand, lipstick on the rim. Everything seemed ordinary except for the woman who would never wake again. The medical examiner bent over the body, face grave. Cause of death unclear at first inspection. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle. He pointed to her face. Noticed the expression terror frozen in her features. The detective crouched for a closer look. "Something scared her to death," she whispered. Catherine had lived a quiet life as an art appraiser. Colleagues described her as meticulous, passionate about authenticity. She could spot a forgery from across the room, her boss said during questioning. She had an eye for details that weren't right. The detective wondered if that talent had somehow led to her demise. Security footage from the costume shop revealed something odd. The cashier seemed genuinely confused by the mask. He called the owner over, who shook his head firmly. The audio was poor, but lip-reading experts later confirmed his words. "We never carried anything like this." The detective visited the shop, now emptied of merchandise. The owner wrung his hands nervously. "That mask appeared during our clearance sale. Nobody knows where it came from. It wasn't in our inventory." When pressed further, he admitted, "Things like this happened occasionally after we acquired items from the estate sale of a collector who died under strange circumstances." A breakthrough came when forensics discovered microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. She was clutching at something, the lab technician explained. "These fibers are unusual, not modern synthetic material." They appear to be a mix of human hair and an unidentified organic substance we can't match to any database. The investigation led to records of similar deaths spanning back decades. Each victim had acquired an unusual mask shortly before their death. Each was found with an expression of pure terror. Each case remained unsolved. A retired detective who had worked on one such case agreed to meet. They sat in a dimly lit room, his hands trembling slightly as he pushed a yellowed file across the table. "We found something written inside each mask, behind the interior lining," he said. "Ancient symbols. A scholar we consulted believed they were tied to a ritual involving soul transference." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A journal was discovered hidden in Catherine's apartment behind a loose baseboard. Her final entry described feeling watched, sensing a presence in her home. She wrote about researching the mask's origins after the cashier's strange reaction. Her investigation had led her to connect it with a series of mysterious deaths. "The mask moves," she had written in increasingly frantic handwriting. "It watches me when I sleep. I found markings inside its symbols matching those from unsolved cases. The collector who owned these masks died the same way. Each mask claims a life before moving on. The entity needs a new host when the mask finds its way to someone who recognizes what it truly is." The detective assembled the evidence, the strange fibers, Catherine's research, the pattern of similar deaths. The medical examiner finally determined the cause of death: cardiac arrest brought on by extreme fear. What could terrify someone so thoroughly their heart simply stopped? The case took an even more disturbing turn when surveillance footage from a neighboring house captured something the investigators had missed. A figure leaving Catherine's home in the dark, wearing what appeared to be a mask, moving with Catherine's distinctive gait, but somehow wrong, mechanical, as if someone were wearing her movements like an ill-fitting costume. The detective issued an alert for the missing mask, but it never resurfaced, not until 6 months later, when reports came of a peculiar mask appearing in a vintage shop across the country. By the time investigators arrived, it had already been sold. The buyer's name was not recorded. The case remains officially unsolved. The detective keeps Catherine's journal in her desk drawer, a reminder of a truth too strange for official reports. Sometimes at night, she wakes with a start, feeling watched. She checks her windows and doors, secures the locks, and tries not to think about the mask that might one day find its way to someone else who can see what it truly is: a vessel waiting to be filled, moving from victim to victim in an endless cycle that began centuries ago and continues still. The mask is out there waiting to be found again. And when it is, another person will wake to the soft sound of movement in the dark, to find it has crept closer while they slept, empty eye holes fixed upon them, hungry for what lives behind their eyes. Story 26. The realtor's listing mentioned no basement. The blueprints showed no record of it. And yet when the family pulled up the old carpet, they found a door hidden underneath. A heavy, rusted handle. It took 3 of them to pry it open. Stale air rushed up to greet them, thick with the scent of damp earth. Steps led downward into darkness. They expected storage. Instead, they found a chair, a single light bulb swaying above it, and on the wall behind, a row of photographs of them. Pictures taken from inside their own home. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban property during winter, when darkness fell early and the neighborhood trees stood bare against the cold sky. The 2-story structure with its faded siding and creaking floors had character, they'd told themselves, character and history. What they hadn't anticipated was exactly how much history the house contained, or how violently it would intersect with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property with her partner, the crime scene unit already securing the perimeter with yellow tape that fluttered in the wind. The call had come in from Mrs. Mercer, her voice trembling as she described what they'd found beneath their living room floor. "We need to document everything before anyone else goes down there," Connors instructed, pulling latex gloves over her hands with practiced precision. The camera flashes illuminated the stairwell in bursts as the forensic team captured the scene. The wooden steps groaned under their weight. The basement itself was small, roughly the size of a standard bedroom, with concrete walls painted a flat gray. The single chair sat bolted to the floor in the center of the space. Above it, the bare bulb cast harsh shadows across the room, spinning slowly from an invisible draft. But it was the wall of photographs that commanded attention, 37 images in total, meticulously arranged in chronological order. "These date back nearly 4 weeks," Connor's partner noted, examining the timestamps written on the backs of the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer asleep on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the kids in their bedrooms." The investigation revealed no signs of forced entry, no broken windows or picked locks. The security system had never triggered. Nothing had been stolen. Only privacy had been taken, along with any sense of safety the family might have felt. Forensics found multiple fingerprints throughout the basement space, most belonging to previous owners of the property. Records showed the house had changed hands 6 times in the past decade, each family staying less than a year before selling at increasingly lower prices. None had mentioned discovering a basement. "We need to talk to every previous owner," Connors directed, flipping through her notepad. The case grew more disturbing as they traced the history backward. The property records showed inconsistencies, blueprints altered between sales, permits filed then withdrawn, inspection reports with entire sections redacted. The breakthrough came when they interviewed the contractor who had renovated the house 7 years prior. His face drained of color when shown photos of the basement. "That room doesn't exist," he insisted, his hands trembling. "I gutted that place down to the foundation. There was no basement, no door, nothing under the living room except dirt and concrete." Digital forensics extracted data from the memory card found hidden inside the light fixture. Hundreds more images populated their evidence boards, not just of the Mercers, but of previous families. Children sleeping, parents arguing, intimate moments, mundane routines, all captured by someone who should not have been there. The case took an even darker turn when audio files were recovered from a weatherproof box buried in the corner of the basement. Voice recordings of conversations held in the master bedroom, the kitchen, the living room. The sound quality suggested sophisticated microphones hidden throughout the house, though none had been found during the initial search. "We need to tear out every wall," Connors ordered, her voice tight with urgency. "Check inside the air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. Whoever did this has been watching these families for years." Behind the wall of photographs, investigators discovered a narrow passage leading to a small monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop connected to a series of wireless cameras, and a journal, its pages filled with meticulous observations about each family that had lived in the house, their habits, their schedules, their arguments, their vulnerabilities. The handwriting matched samples from the property's original builder, a man named Edward Kelvin. Records indicated he had died during construction of the house, a detail that became increasingly suspect as the investigation progressed. No death certificate had ever been filed. no funeral arrangements made. Edward Kelvin had simply vanished from public records. The final entries in the journal became increasingly erratic. Phrases like "they never looked down" and "they never see me" appeared repeatedly. The last page contained a single sentence: "The next family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint analysis confirmed what detectives had begun to suspect. Edward Kelvin had never left the house he built. He had simply retreated into its hidden spaces, creating a labyrinth of observation points from which he could watch the families who believed they lived alone. The manhunt lasted 3 days. They found him curled inside a crawlspace between the second-floor bedrooms, his body thin and wiry, adapted to moving through the narrow passages he had built within the walls. His eyes blinked against the flashlight beams, unaccustomed to direct light. During questioning, Kelvin spoke of the families as if they were characters in his private theater. He described watching them with the clinical detachment of a scientist observing specimens. He had never touched them, never stolen from them, never directly interfered with their lives. He had only watched, recorded, documented. "They invited me in," he told investigators, his voice soft and reasonable. "They signed the papers, they became mine." The psychological evaluation determined Kelvin suffered from severe delusions, believing himself to be a guardian of the house rather than an intruder. The families were merely temporary guests in what he considered his permanent home. The Mercer family never returned to the property. Like those before them, they abandoned their belongings, taking only what they could carry in suitcases. The house remained empty as the case moved through the criminal justice system. The trial revealed the true extent of Kelvin's surveillance network: hidden rooms accessible only through crawlspaces, observation points built into the structure itself, all meticulously planned before the first brick was laid. The house had been designed from the beginning as a viewing apparatus, its residents unknowing participants in Kelvin's obsessive documentation. When the jury delivered their verdict, Kelvin showed no reaction. He had already retreated into the architecture of his mind, where he could still move unseen through the passages of the house that existed now only in memory. The property was eventually demolished, the ground beneath it excavated and filled. But for the families who had lived there, the violation continued. They remained haunted not by what had been taken from them, but by what they had never known was their watching, listening, recording their most private moments from within walls they had trusted to keep them safe. Sometimes in quiet moments they found themselves glancing up at air vents, light fixtures, the corners where walls met ceilings, wondering if they were truly alone now, wondering if they ever had been. Story 27. It arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address, a single brass key worn with time. The homeowner didn't recognize it, but something about it felt familiar. When she slid it into every lock she owned, nothing turned. It wasn't hers. But when she placed it on the coffee table, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime despite having been broken for years. Sarah Miller reported the strange occurrence to authorities after finding the mysterious key. What seemed like an odd mishap soon unraveled into one of the most disturbing criminal investigations the quiet suburban neighborhood had ever witnessed. The responding officer initially dismissed her concerns. A key in the mail, perhaps a mistake, he suggested. But Sarah insisted something felt wrong. The officer reluctantly took the key as evidence, mostly to appease her, placing it in a small evidence bag that would later become central to a sprawling investigation. Detective Robert Harmon received the case file during the morning briefing. A veteran investigator with the Special Victims Unit, he had developed an intuition for cases that would evolve beyond their seemingly innocuous beginnings. The brass key sat on his desk, unremarkable yet somehow unsettling. Background checks revealed Sarah had no criminal history. A retired high school English teacher, widowed, with 2 adult children living across the country. Nothing suspicious in her financial records, phone logs, or social media. She appeared to be exactly what she claimed, an innocent recipient of something strange. The forensic team found no fingerprints on the key besides Sarah's. The envelope yielded nothing except a generic postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA, no trace evidence. The key itself was a standard Schlage, available at any hardware store, though well-worn and at least several years old. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique bidding pattern through the department database. A cold case from 7 years prior had documented an identical key pattern belonging to a storage unit where investigators had found blood-stained carpet, cutting tools, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had stalled without sufficient evidence to identify a suspect. Harmon pulled the dusty case files. The detective who had worked the case had since retired. The storage unit had been rented under a false identity, paid in cash. Surveillance footage had long been overwritten. The evidence collected had yielded partial DNA samples, but no matches in any criminal database. The photographs recovered from the storage unit showed 5 different women, all appearing unconscious. Only 3 had been identified during the original investigation, all reported missing but never found. Their cases remained open, classified as suspected homicides without bodies. Sarah Miller recognized none of the women when shown the photographs. She grew increasingly anxious as the investigation proceeded, installing new locks and a security system in her home. The question lingered, why had someone sent her this key? Harmon ordered a fresh analysis of the original evidence using newer techniques. The partial DNA sample was expanded and run through genealogical databases. This yielded a distant familial match, a second cousin twice removed from the suspect. Working backward through family trees, investigators narrowed their focus to Harold Jenkins, who had lived 2 streets away from Sarah Miller until moving away approximately 6 years ago. His current whereabouts were unknown. Further investigation revealed Jenkins had been a substitute teacher at the same school where Sarah taught, though they had minimal documented interaction. His employment records showed scattered work history, long unexplained gaps, and frequent relocations. His former residence yielded nothing unusual upon inspection. Neighbors described him as quiet, unremarkable, someone who kept to himself, the common refrain that often follows revelations about predators hiding in plain sight. The big question remained unanswered: why send the key now? Why to Sarah Miller? Harmon theorized it might be a trophy, a warning, or perhaps a macabre invitation. The search for Jenkins intensified. His driver's license hadn't been renewed, no credit card activity, no tax returns. The digital breadcrumbs people typically leave behind were conspicuously absent, suggesting an intentional effort to remain untraceable. The true horror of the case emerged when authorities investigated a small cabin registered to Jenkins' deceased mother. Beneath the weathered wooden floorboards, investigators discovered a concealed room accessible only through a trapdoor. Inside, meticulously organized shelves held dozens of identical brass keys, each with a name and date engraved on a small attached tag. 5 keys corresponded to the women from the photographs. The remaining keys, 27 in total, presented a horrifying implication of additional victims previously unknown to authorities. Buried behind the cabin, forensic teams recovered human remains. The excavation continued for weeks as investigators unearthed multiple bodies in varying states of decomposition. Sarah received round-the-clock protection as the manhunt for Jenkins expanded nationwide. Behavioral analysts suggested the key represented a twisted invitation, Jenkins selecting Sarah as someone to appreciate his work. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that spread rapidly across national headlines. Fear permeated the community as residents questioned how such horror had existed among them undetected. Detection dogs tracked a scent from the cabin into the surrounding wilderness. Search teams combed dense forest areas. Thermal imaging drones scanned terrain too dangerous for ground teams. The manhunt became one of the largest in regional history. A wildlife photographer hiking in remote woods captured an image of someone matching Jenkins' description. The grainy photograph showed a bearded man with hollow eyes carrying a backpack, heading deeper into the wilderness. Authorities closed in on the area, establishing a perimeter. Tactical teams navigated difficult terrain while psychological profilers predicted Jenkins would not surrender. They anticipated he might have prepared for this contingency with hidden supplies and escape routes. The final confrontation occurred when a patrol officer encountered Jenkins attempting to cross a river. Rather than surrender, Jenkins retreated to higher ground, where he barricaded himself in an abandoned fire observation tower. Negotiators attempted communication for hours without response. When tactical teams finally breached the tower, they found Jenkins dead from a self-inflicted wound. Beside his body lay a journal containing detailed accounts of his crimes, alongside a single brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Inside a waterproof container, investigators discovered additional evidence, including photographs, maps marking burial locations, and personal effects taken from victims, a methodically preserved record of atrocities spanning nearly a decade. The journal's final entry addressed Sarah directly. "You never noticed me, but I noticed everything about you. The key opens nothing because what I wanted to give you cannot be unlocked with metal, only with recognition. Now everyone will remember my name." The subsequent investigation identified 32 victims in total. Families who had spent years wondering about missing loved ones finally received answers, though the closure came with the unbearable weight of confirmed tragedy. Sarah never returned to her home, unable to reconcile the horror that had brushed so close to her ordinary life. The grandfather clock that had mysteriously chimed was examined and found to contain a small wireless receiver Jenkins had been watching, waiting for the moment she received his gift. The case remains one of the most disturbing examples of predatory behavior hiding beneath a veneer of normalcy. Psychological researchers continue studying Jenkins' writings, seeking insights to identify similar offenders before they act. And somewhere in an evidence locker, A collection of brass keys sits in silent testimony to lives cut short, each key opening nothing, yet unlocking a devastating truth about the darkness that sometimes hides behind unremarkable facades.